So our neighbors generally have a problem with us as things stand now. We are a bit mean to them, and we don't appear like we want to play along with them in the spirit of East African community. As things stand now, I don't think Museveni likes how we are today. Our lady in Tanzania looks at us and smiles. I know that she agrees with us, but she thinks we are suffering. And the fact is that if you cross through Namanga there and you wanted to buy a few things, you'll find that actually your purchasing power is higher when you go down there. So, and the things are there. And like those days when we used to go there with our fat and cooking oil and whatnot, now you can actually want to go and buy rice and bring a few things from them. So, we have a job to do.
We indeed have a lot to do. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Welcome.
We hope to see you before the new year.
I thought we were taking a break for Christmas.
Yeah. He's a constitutional lawyer. He's a political analyst.
Thanks.
Keep it here for more. It's 9 a.m. Good morning. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The number of people who have died following the accident on the Kikima-Kali Machakos Road, Makueni County, has hit 13 after one more person died last night. The accident happened Saturday evening at the Kwambiso area. Some of the passengers in the vehicle, in the car rather, have been admitted that it is carrying excess passengers now. Most of the injured were sitting on the boards famously known as Sambas. In addition, the driver of the car that was heading to Machakos from Kikima is said to have failed to control the vehicle, which caused the car to roll several times and plunge into a ditch.
Sasa tukiwa almost kufika hiyo kasokoni tukali kusikia bebe ameshot, akasema kumeharibika. Ndio nilikuwa nimekaa mbele nikamuuliza nini imeharibika. Niambia hii gari najaribu kuguza brake haingii. Acha kukimbia. Sasa ilienda tu distance kidogo ikaanguka. Pale ilianguka kuna height ya kutoka hapo pale ilikuwa imekaa pale ilianguka ni mrefu.
Hiyo barabara hiyo area yenye iko na hii miteremko ni vizuri kama kungewekwa hizi vidhibiti mwendo ili magari kiteremka hiyo area ziwe na spidi ya chini.
Kakangu mkubwa anaitwa Joseph Mudhama alihusika kwa ajali, alitoka nyumbani kielekea kasini huko Machakos.
Nyeri Catholic Archbishop Anthony Muheri has expressed concerns about the high cost of living and called on leaders to take responsibility instead of pointing fingers when things go wrong. The Archbishop added that leaders are looking for scapegoats when there are challenges as opposed to finding solutions.
When the power cuts come, instead of looking for solutions, we are looking for culprits. Let us look for solutions. It is not the politicians who own the solutions of this country. It is people who have been there, who have education in economics, in agriculture, in social, in cooperative, in the religious sectors. We sit and we see whether we can find a common solution.
According to Muheria, the Catholic Church is calling for a national dialogue from different stakeholders to address the issues that are plaguing the country, including the economic challenges.
When we are specializing in pointing fingers and poking fingers to one another, we'll end up with all of us being blind. We'll never find a solution. Let us rather sit and see what are the problems we're having. We don't have a monopoly of those who know about economy, about the cost of living. Let us discuss and find a solution.
And as the Form 1 placements for the 2023 KCPE candidates kicks off today, stakeholders in the education sector have expressed the need for the errors witnessed in this year's KCPE results be properly addressed. NEC has been asked to ensure that the candidates who submitted their complaints get justice. Education CS Ezekiel Machogo is expected to announce the results of the selection process at Lenana Boys School after holding a meeting with stakeholders in the education sector. The more than 1 million candidates will also know the schools they will be joining come January next year. Meanwhile, President William Ruto has said that the government will hire all the JSS interns after they have finished their 2-year internship. The head of state told the country during a roundtable meeting with journalists that the JSS teachers will be employed after their 2 years internship. The head of state said that the JSS interns will be given the first priority after their 2 years internship.
Internship is part of the learning process and the job process. So our interns that are doing a wonderful job as teachers, they need to relax. Nobody is going to take their place in January. They will continue to complete their internship, and that is understood. After the 2 years, they will be hired as we absorb others into internship to graduate slowly like that.
And the government has moved to avoid a diplomatic standoff with the Democratic Republic of Congo by distancing itself from a Congolese political alliance dubbed Congo River Declaration. Foreign Affairs Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi assured the East African Community State that Kenya is party to what he called utterances that are likely to injure peace and security of the DRC, promising to investigate the makers of the statement. DRC had recalled its ambassador to Kenya and summoned Kenyan ambassador following the signing of the pact in Nairobi between exiled Congolese opposition figure Corneille Nangaa and M23 rebels ahead of the Wednesday elections. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
Okay, so we got into traffic hour early today and we're not seeing much of a difference coming off of Limuru Road today, but it still continues heavy on the Thika Superhighway as well as coming off of Limuru Road. Okay, Haile Selassie is still a mess. If you're getting into the city centre and you have a way of avoiding Haile Selassie, you might want to think about doing that. In and outbound traffic is an absolute mess and it's crawling slowly onto Uhuru Highway. So folks coming off of Uhuru Highway trying to get onto Haile Selassie are stuck. They're what? They're stuck because traffic. We're not quite sure what's causing this one, but it's tailback on Landis, tailback on Uhuru Highway, and then traffic coming in on Lusaka Road also is affected because of this. Jogo Road also equally as busy as far back as the Makadara train station continues to be really crazy. We're also looking at traffic, a little bit of it coming off of Gong Road, but nothing to worry about there. And Westlands looks good getting into the city as well. All right, keeping an eye on things. We'll be out of traffic hour soon enough. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Oko, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latin, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Final hour of the Situation Room today, the 18th of December, 2023. Like Ndu is telling us, it's the 7th day of Christmas.
12th.
It's the 12th.
I'm joking. 7th. I just wanted to see if you're awake.
Sheesh.
7th.
How do you count these things?
7th. You're right. You're good. You're good.
Okay. This is the one for how many? For what? Things doing what?
7 swans swimming.
On the chicken hens from France.
7 swans.
Chicken hens from France.
Swimming.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. 7 swans swimming.
And then the pigeon thing in my
The pigeon things in the,
and then some
the bush tree.
Then there's some golden coins.
There are not.
No, Mheshimiwa, we've lost him. Can you explain to him what we're talking about?
You've heard the song, The 12 Days of Christmas. So today we're on 7.
I
wanted to know that.
Sing this one.
On the 7th day of Christmas, my true love gave to me 7 swans are swimming. 6 geese are laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree.
So you're the one
7 swans are swimming, 6 geese are laying, 5 golden rings, 4 calling birds, 3 French hens, 2 turtle doves, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Could you undergo stress like another Kenyan with such good voices here every morning?
How can you, surely?
And then we have lovely visitors like yourself.
Every morning they are singing.
Yeah? When you have a lady singing,
Yes.
and a partridge in a pear tree, and the French hens,
And
the golden
I
rings.
wish there was a piano I could have accompanied.
You play
Play piano.
You play piano.
I used to, but I've been out of it for some time.
Some things you never
But
forget, you know.
nikishika tu hivi, nitaanza.
Itarudi.
Mheshimiwa Caleb Hamisi, karibu
Yes.
sana.
Thank you.
He is the MP for Saboti constituency. In the National Assembly, he's a member of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee. We'll be having a conversation with him shortly. Mheshimiwa, schools are opening. Mumepewa pesa ya CDF?
Bado.
Hamna pesa ya CDF?
Bado.
Na bursaries watu wameanza
Are
kuapply.
we live or
We are live, bwana.
okay.
we are live.
You know, I thought we are preliminaries.
Yeah, these are the preliminaries.
We move.
Let's give it context.
You just move
No
immediately.
matter what.
These are the live preliminaries. Yes.
Okay.
So people have started applying for bursaries, of course, in Saboti constituency.
Yes, I have a very good program. In fact, from January, I'm supposed to be on the ground, just firing up the application process. And of course, there is a lot of anticipation for it. We are, as Bunge, we are not very happy by the delay. Because this is very, very important for our kids down there.
Yeah.
I've just got a message from a graduate of Kabarak who just sent me, in his graduation regalia saying, "Thank you, I'm here because of you, Mheshimiwa."
You know, some of these things are taken for granted.
They're taken for granted.
But they are very big things.
And I was even given my story that were it not for education or somebody standing for me, I'll not be where I am. My father died before I was born. My mother, after 9 months old, so I was basically brought up by my grandmother. I was number one in Western region. I was taken to Stare with a padlock alone.
Not
Carrying a padlock.
Not even a box.
Not even a box, a padlock alone. My first shoes I wore it in Stare Boy Center. And I'm here serving second term as a member of parliament.
Okay. The padlock was for what?
For the box.
Which box?
For which box?
The box
We are
which you didn't
given. We are given.
Oh, you're
Wait,
given.
I
You
don't
got a
have
box in school.
in
What in
school.
school?
Yes.
That's what
So I was just told to carry a padlock.
Just come with your padlock.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And that's
uniform, shoes.
Yes.
You wore.
exactly.
You got
so
them there.
if that person, Dr. Griffin, didn't stand in for me, then I'll just be a shamba boy somewhere there. Because however much I'd passed, I didn't have a way of going to school.
Yeah.
So we want people to go through the same opportunity that we have gone through.
Mheshimiwa, you know also somebody else who understands this, a company that understands this is Kiwi.
Yes.
And they're saying, Kiwi has been, when you went to school and you're given your first pair of shoes, I'm sure you used Kiwi.
Of course.
To polish.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Kiwi has been here even when CT was going to school.
Up to now, I use
that's
Kiwi.
the best.
Yes, the Kiwi.
No, it's Benmax.
Up to now.
It was
Up to
previous
now.
century.
I don't, this is one of the companies that have never, gone out of the market. I don't know why. Maybe
Consistency.
It tells you their product has consistently been something people value.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
This is
they would
one
have
of
shut
the
down a
longest.
long time ago.
So what they're saying is that
Absolutely.
this time,
Yeah.
if you go into a shop and buy Kiwi, you stand a chance of winning 35,000 shillings for school fees. Tell him how.
They did it then, they're doing it now, and they're saying step up and shine. So step up and shine in the way you look, but also how you can pay your fees, right? Walk into any store that's selling the new logo Kiwi, pick up a tin of that, and then when you pop the lid, there's a code under it. You're then going to dial the code *459*5#, and then you enter into that code that you found under the lid here. Instant airtime data can be won, and then you get instantly enrolled into the draw. 4 people every week are winning 35,000 shillings. Now you can imagine what 35,000 shillings will do for a child in
Those
school.
are
who
so
doesn't
many.
have.
That's so many students from Saboti. I'm walking to the shop now after this interview.
Yeah.
I'll take a photo and send you.
Please do.
Yeah.
Because it could actually make
Yeah.
sure that come January, no tears. Come January, you can actually step up and shine, standing in the line alongside those other children in school, guaranteeing your school fees because you bought a tin of Kiwi today.
A big
School
thing.
is the best investment. They say it's the best equalizer. For the child of the peasant to be on the same table with the who
Child
is
of the
who.
king.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
It's the best
City.
investment.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Welcome the Mheshimiwa with the day's proverb.
Yes,
A word of prayer. Or
Proverb.
I thought you were saying you were coming with a word of prayer.
Mheshimiwa, this is not a political rally. Ambao mnaanza na maombi because we knew what might happen. And then you have a few people claiming to be either rainmakers or preventers of rain walking around the compound. Okay. It's just a proverb from the country of Kenya. And our proverb for the day is this: the value of light is noticed when night falls.
The value of light is noticed when night falls.
Yes.
Simple, plain, and clear.
What's your interpretation of it?
It's just as simple as that you will not know the importance of something until it is not there. So at night, when the light is not there, that's when now you know the importance of light. And you'll not know the importance of Caleb until I walk out of this studio. It will be darkness.
Caleb is the light.
That's Caleb the light.
I am the light.
I am the light.
Mheshimiwa, you're a member of the Defense and Foreign Relations Committee, and I just want to start off with this conversation because we touched on it in the previous hour. The president on Jamhuri Day said that this country, from the 1st of January next year, we are removing the visa restriction into the country. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's true. I'm a member of the Defense Foreign Relations Committee, not just this term, also last term. I'm one of the longest serving MP. I'm also a vice chair of Public Investments Committee. That should not go silent. And also on appointment, all these CSS, we are the one who vetted them, and we gave our report against them. Yes, the president did pronounce himself on this visa thing. First of all, in the world of diplomacy, visa exemption is a tool of diplomacy. In fact, is a negotiation tool that countries even have a bilateral arrangements, and the visa is one of that carrot that you dangle, and you say, guys, we want to extend our bilateral ties. We want this trade agreement. In return, we'll also exempt your citizens from a visa or whatever, country to country. There is never a universal declaration of exemption on visa. In fact, it is a new. And the world of diplomacy is not domestic centric, if I may use that word. We are guided by the Vienna Convention. Agreements, the Geneva Conventions, the Vienna Conventions that were entered into 1969 during the Vienna Conference, they guide diplomacy. Diplomacy does not operate in a vacuum. There are guiding. There is international law, and in Kenya, if you have to choose, either you are part of Vienna Convention or you are not. There are no two ways about it. And the visa thing is part of it. The treaty making, the agreement, the bilateral ties, multilateral, is all in Vienna Convention. Whatever we do, in fact, the other day, we saw the former minister, Alfred Mutua, trying to relinquish some work of the Minister of Foreign Affairs that ambassadors can now, can now link with all the ministries without going through the ministry. That is basically saying we no longer have a Minister of Foreign Affairs. Number one. Number two, those are not even words to come from a president. I really pity most of our ministers, because I'm sure maybe even Mudavadi will not even aware. Some of these roadside pronouncements that used to happen during Moi's time, they're now, reappearing. There is a way you engage before you even declare that you are now a visa-free country.
What is that way? Is
you
it in law?
have to seek parliamentary approval. We
it
pass.
in law?
as a country, as I said, we are bound by the Vienna Convention. We are bound also by the international practice, international law, international way of engagement, diplomacy, and the foreign affairs policy. We have a foreign policy. So how is our foreign policy? Is designed. You don't just wake up one day and pronounce yourself. Is it part of our foreign policy? You design a foreign policy. Kenya has a foreign policy. Is it part of our foreign policy? So secondly, even if it was to help us, of what gain? Having an influx of citizens from all over the globe coming to your country, for what purpose? Is it that now opportunities have now bound to all the human beings in the world? You want to share it? Is it that Kenya is lacking human resource, is lacking something, and you want it to tap it from the globe? You must have a value to what? To what extent is it going to benefit the country? Have you, weighed pros and cons against it? And that's why Parliament comes in. You must draft something by the executive. You bring it to Parliament. Parliament takes it to the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations. We debate. Later on, we ratify, we pass, and you can make a pronouncement on it. Even our treaty, if we have a pact, a military pact between UK and the EU and the Kenya, it goes through Parliament. The president does not pronounce himself during Jamhuri Day that we are now going to have a military pact with United Kingdom. No, there are procedures. The executive comes with the treaty. The treaty is processed by Parliament through debate and approval, reject either with as it is in whole or with some amendments or some reservations, and then you take back to the executive to implement. But what the current scenario we can see, and it has not started. You remember even the Haiti thing just came from the president. The Haiti pronouncement was just from the president.
Roadside declaration.
It was a roadside declaration. Eventually, it's now, it's like you declare, then you bring it to Parliament.
Are you saying that this particular one is unprocedural?
It is, because number one, we have so much engagement, bilateral treaties and agreement with various countries. And one of our takeaway was that, yes, you've given us this, and we are exempting you. So what happens to those existing treaties and agreements? What happens? There is now, going to be,
so what's Parliament going to do about it? Because you're complaining that, this has happened this time. There was the Haiti issue. Still, your committee, you're saying, should have processed this before a deal is made and signed. There are other things that have happened before. What is Parliament going to do this time? What's your committee doing this time? Even the issue of deployment of the military to North Kenya happened before Parliament was consulted. Your committee again.
The problem we have with the Parliament right now, not even our committee. Parliament is more or less an extension of executive. Why? Because the majority have been choreographed to think and pass laws in the direction of the president. So much so that even if some of us have a contrary view, our committee is majorly members of Parliament from UDA, the governing side. If a vote is called, they'll have an advantage. We talk. Minority will have their say, but the majority will carry the day.
Is the minority saying, though?
That my minority is me. I'm saying. I'll say it from whichever forum, not just here. I've said it elsewhere. If we are on recess, but if we open up Parliament, I'll put a question to the minister. That question, of course, the minister will be called. Recently, we've seen the bad manners from the minister. We put questions and they don't come. They give excuses. They have traveled. And it is not easy to get the Minister for Foreign Affairs coming to Parliament because he will always be on flight to nowhere, somewhere in the air. He's always, and you can't tell him off air, can you drop and come back? So it's always very difficult to get the Minister of Foreign Affairs. But those are some of the questions I'm going to put forth. Because
must he be the only one you talk to? What about
that? Is procedure. The
is
minister,
that it is the minister?
It's only the minister who can come to parliament. Yes, the ministry can write a response through the chair of a committee, but physical presence is by the minister.
It needs to be the
himself.
minister is the only person. But then, Mheshimiwa, that's not the only avenue, the only tool that you have, waiting for parliament to be in session so that you can ask a question on the floor of the house. As a member of the committee, have you written to the chair of the committee? Have you reached out to other members to see how many are like-minded, including those in the minority with you, and maybe those in the majority, who would sign a letter of protest saying this committee has been bypassed yet again? Because it's yet again. Your committee is just becoming like, we don't even need you people.
No, but like I said, our committee is skewed towards by numbers towards the UDA side of the government. We may have our own voice, and Parliament does not operate in a way that any member can just write a protest letter. No, we as a committee, we sit and deliberate, and you are called upon. The reason why you are a member of Parliament is because you belong to that committee. Otherwise, don't make noise on the street like a normal Kenyan and writing protest letters. No. They'll say, why are you writing protests on the street when you have a committee of defense and foreign relations? That's why I said, this thing has happened when you're on recess. But the moment we resume in January, then we'll have an opportunity to protest within parliament, not on the streets like a common Kenyan.
Do I understand you to be saying that members of your committee who are the majority now, how many are you together, just in total, that committee?
Of course, all committees that are departmental are led by government.
No, I'm asking by the numbers. How many?
The numbers are 15, and the majority must come from the ruling party.
Okay, and the majority are how many?
The majority is by 8. So
there are 8, so you are 7.
Yes.
Now, the question I'm asking is this. Are you telling me that even on an issue that is clearly a national issue, that all these 8 members, not even one of them, can actually see the sense in what the minority are saying?
They can see the sense when it comes to a vote. So they are called at state house. You see, we've gone through.
I want to understand.
It is the same way.
So they see the sense.
It's the same way a finance bill passes. They will talk. They will tell us this thing is bad. Wananchi don't want. Then they are called at state house for a tea. I don't know what they put in that tea. I've yet to understand what they put in. They come back different. So that is the scenario we are in.
So essentially, the members of parliament, the House of Parliament essentially can easily be swayed beyond the recognition of good reason. That when there are actually things that are good for the people of Kenya, that there is a possibility that vested in this House of Parliament is the chance that they can be easily swayed because of a cup of tea. And these are the individuals, mind you, on whom the responsibility of representation was placed on them by the people by virtue of their vote. But you're telling us that essentially that does not matter if a cup of tea is in the offering.
You've stressed on the cup of tea.
Maybe, that's what you've told me that has tipped the balance.
Maybe it could have been uji or just a word.
Or cup of something.
But the operations of parliament, yes, we are in what we call presidential system of governance. It exists in US. Even in the US, when we have a Republican motion or a bill, it must be passed by members of that party. It is a way that we say parliament is an oversight, but in essence, we're in a party democracy. So members of that party must obey the direction of the party. And when the party's whip is cracked, the members are aligned. So it is in some democracy, but even US, there are some members you will see from the Republican opposite what the Republican are saying, and for Democrats. But here, it is even worse. Once a whip is cracked, those people are aligned. Whatever you had agreed, they come back and they do the opposite. So it's something that we need to live with it, or we change our system of government. And if it is only good for you, if the president of the executive is giving the proper direction. So even if they are going to vote by the mind of the president, then it has to be the best for the country. Then we all agree it's the best way to go. But most of these members, they come regret it. They want to do this way, but their party has said, no, this is the direction.
So their party has whipped them in a certain direction.
In certain direction. In some cases where members, outrightly oppose the position of the party, they have faced the consequences.
What are these consequences that they face?
One, of course, you may not be nominated. They say this is a rebel. Secondly, you just not been the good books of the executive. Of course, what that one means.
You lose the perks.
Exactly.
So basically what you're saying is that members would then be breaching their own oath of office.
It is unfortunate.
Let me read the oath.
Yes.
The oath says, I, put your name, having been elected a member of the National Assembly, do swear in the name of the Almighty God that I'll bear true faith and allegiance to the people and the Republic of Kenya. I will obey, respect, uphold, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, and that I will faithfully and what's that other word?
Conscientiously.
That one. I will faithfully and conscientiously discharge the duties of a member of parliament. So help me God. That faithfully and using your conscience serve the people.
Yes.
If your conscience is telling you that this is a wrong thing to do, and then you go ahead and do it, what's the point of the oath?
What is the measure of this conscience?
Your own conscience.
Yeah, what is the measure? What tells you that this is the right conscience? This is what the conscience has. We can see you physically. You don't know your conscience. What is the measure?
That's what I'm saying. If a member of parliament votes a certain way, and then they come and tell us, my conscience was telling me different, then they have broken the oath.
Yeah, but
if a member of parliament votes a certain way, then they must stand by that. They can't come and tell us, I was whipped, I was no.
But I say that is an unfortunate scenario we have. I wish parliament itself was a party, so that it is parliament whipping you, not your respective parties whipping you. If parliament was a single party, because even by going by your party position is conscience as well. So
even if your party position does not,
that's what is the measure
your
of
conscience has brought you into the party line.
What is that measure of conscience? Because also being in the line with the party is also, you've also swore to protect
the position of the party.
Exactly.
Let's take a break. 29 minutes to 10. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, hosting the Honorable Caleb Hamisi. Caleb.
For now, use Caleb.
When you're in Saboti, we say Caleb. All right. The Honorable Caleb Hamisi is a member of Parliament for Saboti constituency, a member of several committees of the National Assembly. One of the That's Saturday and Sunday. We'll be there. Vibes Radio will be there. Colgate team will be there. And Colgate will have sent people to come and do the free dental checkups at the Naivas Greenspan Mall. And then the weekend of the New Year, that's 30th and 31st, Saturday and Sunday, again, Naivas Buruburu, free dental checkup. Colgate says, smile. It's important.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
There for fast relief from headache, muscle, and joint pain? Take Cipladon. This works to relieve pain faster.
Available in all leading supermarkets and a pharmacy near you.
Oh, finally! It's my Standard Courier delivery.
At Standard Courier, we know that your time is valuable. That's why we guarantee swift and efficient deliveries to your doorstep every time. Give us a call on 0793 599 684 or schedule your next delivery by visiting our website www.standardmedia.co.ke/courier. Trust Standard Courier Service for all your courier needs. We deliver with pride.
Some very nice mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel again and enjoy the vibes.
Nairobi, we'll see highs of 25. And we're looking into sunny Eldoret, going to highs of 26 and then lows of 17. All right, looking into Nyeri, where the sun is up as well, going to highs of 26, and into Eldoret, we'll see highs of 27 as well. Mombasa, sunny today, we'll see highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29. In Malindi, where the sun is up this morning, Kisumu is sunny, going to highs of 28, and Kakamega will see highs of 27. Kampala is also sunny this morning, going to highs of 28, and Dar es Salaam will see highs of 31 today. Johannesburg will see highs of 27, and we'll see highs of 31 in Mogadishu. Addis Ababa will see highs of 26 today, while Lagos will see highs of 30. And into a sunny Kinshasa, we're looking at highs of 29. All right, we're going to see highs of -5 in Beijing today through Monday, and Paris will see highs of 10, while London will see highs of 11. New York, coming into Monday, will see highs of 9.
Some very nice mature music.
It really took me back to my days, and I can just feel
busy on Haile Selassie today. Looks like it will be that way well past traffic. Our in and outbound traffic is still bumper to bumper. We're also seeing the same thing on Landis this morning, and then looking out past Lusaka Road as you're getting into the city via way of Lusaka. It's going to hold you up just a little bit, so you might want to think about an alternate route if you're out at this time. As you come off Thika Superhighway, much better as you get through towards Pangani and then into the CBD. It's busy right around the Globe Cinema overpass. It's going to continue that way for some time, but not doing too poorly this Monday morning. Keeping an eye on things, let us know through the day on Spice FM, KE on X.
Spice up your life.
All right, conversation continues with the Honorable Caleb Hamisi, the MP for Saboti constituency, on various matters affecting the country. Okay, so we've seen very many things happening from the executive that just end up coming to Parliament for rubber stamping, and it's not just one, it's not two, it's not three, it's many things. But are there things that Parliament is able to put a check on?
Yes.
Are there things that the Parliament is actually able to properly oversight the executive and say, this is the procedure, this is how you shall follow procedure, this is what we allowed you to do, and you are breaching what Parliament allowed you to do?
In my few years I've been in Parliament, I've seen a number of issues, even last Parliament, this Parliament, where Parliament has unanimously decided to take on executive. Especially the issues where the head of the executive has not pronounced himself on. The problem comes when the head of the executive has pronounced himself on some issue. Then in short, he is actually directing the Parliament, this is the way to go, including his members. But when the head of the executive is silent and he leaves it to Parliament, that is now where that consciousness comes in. That's where now the true value of that word comes in. Parliament comes together. We've seen several occasions where a good example is when a member was nominated to be ambassador of South Korea, Mwende Mwinzi, and she was found to be holding dual citizenship. and the parliament rejected her name. Actually, the name was passed with a caveat on it that she must denounce her citizenship to United States of America as a whole. And you remember, she was nominated by the executive. So when the head of executive has been silent on an issue, parliament now comes and does what needs to be done to Kenya. So many, even impeachment of a minister. Of course, there have been attempts before. Attempt, and you could see unanimous decision and
until the head.
Until if the head does not come in, then you face the fate as it comes. But the moment the head of the executive gives a direction on something, and remember the head, and that's why Ruto made sure that before he carries the Bible, he has the majority members in parliament. In an African context, I think even if I were him, I'll do the same. Otherwise, you'll not govern. Because parliament can paralyze you. The problem is when you misuse that majority.
Mheshimiwa, how do you decide that when is someone misusing it and when are they using it properly?
That consciousness is talking about. Now you must have a conscious president who is doing the right thing. That if Obama opposition to Obama's care was not because it was bad, it was just because these Republicans didn't want anything democratic from Democrats to
they didn't want him to get the shine.
Yes, to go through. Not because the Obamacare was not bad.
It was not good.
It was not good. So it just depends on the person who is heading the executive. What does he portend for this country? Is he doing it for the goodness of everyone, or is it for self-interest, or for his own?
Do you think it's possible, from what we've seen, because you allude to what happened in the previous administration, and there's all sorts of things that were flying around, the capture of parliament by the executive. We cannot run away from the same narrative right now, based on what you've said. Is it possible in Kenya today for members of parliament to then be able to act independently of the executive? Depending on what your answer would be, then I think Kenyans have a lot to think about. Do you think it is possible for members of parliament today, with the way things are currently instituted, to operate in an independent manner, taking those three things into consideration: legislation, representation and oversight, and
they do.
Doing their job.
Members of parliament, they do operate independently, up to where the head of executive now has an interest in any matter before the House.
Okay, so let me ask it differently. Are there matters in the House that are actually void of the executive's interference or capture in parliament?
At some point, there are matters where executive does not want to be part of. And that's where now parliament exercises its full power. We've seen it before. The moment the matter has come from executive, either through the leader of majority, or it is a bill that matters to the executive, whether it was a housing levy, whether it was a finance bill, whether it is the members nominated by the president and they want them to go through by force, then that's where now you see party positions coming in. As I said, the issue of party position in parliament is not identical to Kenya. It is all over. In the US and the Congress, you'll see people retreating to their party cocoons. So it's something that is a problem of democracy. They say democracy may not be the best form of government, but it is the best we can have.
The voice that you say the opposition has is not loud. In fact, sometimes you even wonder where it's there. Sometimes you wonder whether even it's a whisper. We buried a former member of parliament recently, a gentleman by the name of Lawrence Sifuna.
Yeah.
If you remember the time when they were in parliament and there was KANU, they were a minority, not majority, minority. But boy, were they loud. That's why loud. They were very, very, very loud. They were a minority. And then the problems they had then were real. You could be detained, you could be in prison, you could even disappear. but they were really, really loud.
Yeah.
So one remembers what they did. Now, those of you in the minority, unfortunately, we will not remember what you did, except you didn't do much.
Yeah.
That's the unfortunate thing, because yes, you say, and every time we ask people who are in the minority, they read the Hansard. I am not going to read the Hansard. I want to hear, because we hear what the UDA side says. We hear them all the time.
You want to hear them from where? From Parliament?
Wherever they need to be heard from.
We want to hear you from Parliament.
Yes.
We want to hear you at funeral. We want to hear you.
Are you not hearing me now? Can I give you more?
Let me give you an example, James Orenko. Let me give you an example.
Yes.
The governor of Siaya County, James Orenko, gave an example, and he said, you know how vibrant the opposition was in that time? That in the morning when they were leaving to go where they would go, they would be told to eat. Eat meat, eat vegetables, eat ugali, drink milk. No, you don't know if you'll come home that night.
Carry a jacket.
Carry a jacket. They said, there's a word he used, I can't remember. He said, if you need to take a little something strong in the morning, do that too. Because they knew that they were not going to allow any nonsense as far as they were concerned. And if it found them on the way, they would speak out. And they knew that the likelihood of them being taken to another establishment, aside from where they live, as being a guest of the state, was very high.
Yes.
Because it was known that they were not going to take just anything standing down.
Yeah.
Suffice to say, that potency of opposition has been watered down significantly over the years, and I think that's what CT is.
That is not true.
It's not true.
Your imagination of an opposition leader is to be rough.
No, to be loud.
To be loud.
To be heard, even.
Yes, loud here means whatever you are doing doesn't have to be sought after. It needs to take center stage, and one will notice it whether one wants to notice it or not.
So, as I said, assuming you are a one, what will you do?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, plenty.
Yes. Just say it now.
I will be on literally every radio station I can.
Am I not there?
I
speak as we speak.
This isn't reference to you.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
It is you people in the minority, not you.
Yes.
You have said you speak. I know what you have said.
Yes.
But you are one person.
But I was not loud enough. Maybe
but I think
shout.
it goes even beyond that. You see,
what I'm saying, this
what we ought to be hearing from you. What we ought to be hearing from you is you coming to tell us this is what we have done in Parliament. All right. We remember members of Parliament have told us NGCDF has not been disbursed. We may have an issue with disbursement of bursaries in January. Why? Because you unanimously took a position. It was discussed on the floor of the House. It was discussed on the precincts of Parliament, loudly and vociferously. Okay? We remember that. We do not hear where over 100 members of the minority have actually spoken with one voice to say the executive is bypassing Parliament, usurping the authority of Parliament, and giving examples. And that matter, forcing that matter to be discussed on the floor of the House, and also now bringing it outside of the House. So that you say this examples, capture of Parliament. We don't hear. We only hear, but you know.
That's why I said your way of looking at it is what is different.
Okay.
There are people who can be so lethal in their opposition to government, and those who may not be. And remember, this is inborn. In fact, if you go in my constituency, you may find people who just oppose everything, but they are not loud, but they are opposing. And there are people who are so loud. Even one person, you may think the whole of that town is an opposition zone. It's an inborn thing. That's why I said, when you take the behaviors on the character of some individual and link them to the current leadership, you go wrong. Number two, we have made noise. It's only that if you are to say that noise must be amplified, then it is you in the media to amplify it. We make noise in Parliament. What goes on the air is that what is executive side has said. If you twist your camera and look to what I do in my committees, in my committees. You know, most of the work goes around in the committees. Forget about the plenary, because plenary, in fact, you raise to speak, and the speaker deliberately don't want you to speak because he knows you are going to oppose. In fact, some of us have even stopped bothering to speak. We concentrate on the committee because we are like our names have been blacklisted. When they see Caleb there, they know this is one of the guys in Trans Nzoia who are very lethal against the government. They don't want to give you a chance. So this is the problem we go through. In those days, there were how many members? In fact, if you look at the Senate, the Senate is a better representation of Parliament of that day. There were very few. There were chances to speak. In our Parliament with 300 and so members, the only opportunity maybe an opposition will have is through Opio Wandai, because by preference, by the position he has in Parliament, he'll be getting preference from the Speaker. But the rest of us, you will raise your hand until the chicken comes home to us. So I think you must also look at the difference in time, the difference in scenario, and remember we have also a problem. A problem we have now is that we have more or less made look like it is the Raila and opposition epicenter. That if Caleb speaks, let's wait for Raila to speak. In fact, if I call for maandamano now, nobody will come. Right. But if Baba calls, they will come. Are you getting? So we have. I don't think that scenario was there during that day. That's why the voice of Sifuna could be heard, the voice of Orengo could be heard, because it was the scale was different. But now the scale in such a way that Kenyans are just blinded that if it is Raila, in fact, this Caleb is talking nonsense. Is Raila even agreeing with what Caleb is saying?
But
in fact, maybe he's even opposing
the example that Eric has given, when there was a matter of the Constituency Development Fund, everybody heard it. Everybody.
But that was Parliament. That was not opposition.
Yes. I'm going somewhere. Why I gave the example is that's an opportunity that presented itself in showing us Parliament can actually agree.
Yes.
Okay. When we had the finance bill, we heard the opposition.
So you've been hearing them. So what's complaining?
No, it's not loud enough. This my point is not. It's not that you don't
I gave you an opportunity for you to be loud enough. For 2 seconds, you didn't take the advantage.
I started by saying.
You didn't take advantage.
I started by saying I would be on every open forum, every media. That's how I started.
Opposition are in every. In fact, you should have attended the funeral of your friend, Let Sifuna, and you see how loud the opposition leaders were, and very vicious, vigorous.
I have
opposing. I don't know how the loudness you're talking about. I wish the media. You know, now the problem is you media. You also fears. You fear that loudness.
Actually,
you think you'll be closed down.
No. Actually, we don't, because
those times
you correctly said that you are here. Can you not see that I'm actually making you speak louder? Can you not see that you are actually? That is what one expects.
In fact, what I've said today, this should be like on top of the newspaper tomorrow, and you see how loud I'll appear. So I'm saying it is you to amplify what we are saying. Otherwise, I can't shout from here to Malsabit. What I've said now, don't even wait for something. Don't put there Ruto tomorrow for a newspaper. Put Caleb as vehemently opposed what Ruto said on Jamhuri Day. Just put it on the top page of the media. You'll see. And the next day I call for a demonstration in town. You'll see how people will come.
No, that they won't come.
So they will. Let me tell you, they will.
No, that they won't come.
You are talking about people who have voted for me. They'll not come.
No, they will not come. For Mandamano, it'll be a gathering of maybe 5 people.
They will. People are tired. They are tired. They will.
You know, Mheshimiwa, let me explain it to you so that you understand that you can come, you can on an invite and speak your mind. exactly what we're talking about. You see, the idea that you can actually express what it is you feel with the amount of angst that is required so that the expression is not mistaken as a small academic discussion, because the issues...
So I'm doing well, others are not. I can go tell them that you guys...
No, please tell them. No, they're doing badly.
Yeah. I'll go tell them that I'm the only one.
No, you're not the only one. We have had people here who have also come and told us from both sides, from UDA as well as from Azimio. We've had people come here.
Yeah.
You see, the whole point of representation, if it isn't understood on the terms of those you're representing, then the question will be asked, where you
I want to also give you another scenario.
Yes.
And it's good you've said if you call for Mandamano tomorrow, for only one people.
For you, if you call, 5 people will come.
5 people will be there. Unless you...
I'll come. I'll be the 6th one.
Yeah, you will be the 6th one.
Because I know you.
Unless you entice them. Okay?
Or unless you ask me to come with 5 of my friends.
5 of your friends.
We might reach 10.
So what do you think is the reason? And yet they are suffering.
And your message is very clear.
And the message is...
I think the answer to that question lies in you having been elected. It is twice now, is it not?
Yes.
Precisely. Which means the people who count, the people whom you seek representation from, have understood you represent them well.
Yes.
And that is a good place to start.
Yes.
It always is. The people who support you. Twice.
I have a different view. Yes,
Please.
I agree. The people who support me.
Yes.
The reason why the voice of opposition looks muzzled is also that lack of the support of the people.
Please explain.
Leaders get motivated by the masses. If I go to the streets and they shout alone, the following day I'll not. If I go to the streets and the people come, the following day I'll go to another street and another street and another street. We must ask ourselves, don't just blame the leaders. Is a replica of the society. Ask yourself, why are these leaders so discouraged, disillusioned by coming out strongly to fight for the masses? It's because the masses leaves you behind when push comes to shove. If you are arrested, you'll be alone with your family. Then the family tells you, last day, I'll give you an example when I was tear gassed. In fact, during 2007, I just said that word consciously. Just two days after saying that word, a tear gas was thrown directly behind my car. Directly. People see tear gas nowadays like somebody smoking cigarette there, they think it's tear gas. And they run away.
Yours was inside the car.
A tear gas was thrown in the rear mirror. And, it burst inside. My driver collapsed on the steering. If it was not a media personality from Reuters, and I know him, who opened my door and I fell down to get at least some air. I could have died that time.
Yeah.
Up to now, I visit Nairobi Hospital for my chest checkup because of that. And you see, when a member comes out like that, a strong leader comes out and he has no support, then the family tells you, when you're in the hospital, we were only us there. When you were arrested, it was only us there. These Kenyans you fight for, where are they? Then that leader now retreats and says, so I'm leaving my 2-year-old fighting for people who don't care. Okay? Then anarudi anasema hapana, huyu mtoto wangu miaka 2. I'm just living struggling. Anasema if you live, if you die, the wife will marry and you'll be inherited. I don't know that. So where utaenda, but the life will go on. You'll disappear and they'll bury you. So you come back to your senses and say, where are these Kenyans? Is it that I'm doing the right thing for them or wrong? I think the voice of the leaders who have the audacity, like Caleb, to oppose what is wrong can only be amplified by the support of the masses. Tomorrow, if I call 1,000 people in Nairobi and they turn up, trust me, the following day I'll be in Mombasa, with or without money. I have the motivation, me personally, but the Kenyans don't. So who are you fighting for?
The Kenyans.
You've been a strong case, huh?
He's been a very, very strong case.
What are you fighting for?
And then you
and the family will call you in the evening and say, so these people you're fighting for, where are they? I'm the only one. I'm your
Outside,
wife who was there. I'm the one who was there when you arrested. I'm the one to raise this money. Why are these Kenyans not raising for you the money?
And actually they should, shouldn't they?
Yeah.
They are the ones who actually should actually support your candidature.
Exactly.
Yes.
And that's why Obama was able to raise trillions of money to become a president. If Obama was in Kenya, he will not even be an MCA in Kogelo.
Caleb, very, very strong case you've made. Sawa, you've come back. That's a very good comeback.
Very good.
That is an effective comeback. Sawa.
Super.
Super. Caleb, as you're smiling, remember this weekend and this holiday season, free dental checkups, courtesy of Colgate. And we're saying if you're anywhere near Naivas Greenspan this weekend, the 23rd, the 24th, that's this Saturday and this Sunday, we'll be there. That's Vibe Radio will be there. Colgate team will be there. Free dental checkups. The next weekend, that is 30th and 31st, Naivas Buruburu. They will again be there. Colgate will be there. Look out for where else Colgate will be. Just go to their Facebook page, Colgate Kenya. On their Facebook page, see where else they're offering this free dental checkups and what dates. Thank you for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation. Enjoy your Monday. See you tomorrow. Caleb Hamisi, MP, Saboti constituency, has been our guest.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas if I don't make it before then.
Wildlife need habitats, and tourism need wildlife. And
Now, honorable senators, I have received 3 messages from the National Assembly, and I'll proceed to report. I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022. The message, which is dated Wednesday, 6th of December 2023, was received on the same day in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 41, 1, and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 189 of 18th of November 2022 as a bill to amend the National Construction Authority Act, and whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill on Thursday, October 26, 2023 without amendments in the form attached hereto, now therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 163, which requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the same manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading, in accordance with Standing Order 144, I will, at the appropriate time, direct the clerk to read a first time the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 59 of 2022. Also wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46, 3 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022. The message, which is dated Wednesday, 6th December 2023, was received on the same day in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41, 1, and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 171 of 28th of October 2022 as a bill to amend the Public Service Values and Principles Act, and whereas the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill on Thursday, October 26, 2023, with amendments in the form attached hereto, now therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110(4) of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 163, which requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading, in accordance with Standing Order 144, I will, at the appropriate time, direct the clerk to read a first time the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022. I also wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46, 3 and 4, I received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the passage by the National Assembly of the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. The message, which is dated Wednesday, 6 December 2023, was received on the same day in the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Pursuant to the said standing order, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, was published via Kenya Gazette Supplement number 14 of 15th of February 2023 as a bill seeking to amend the provisions of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 to enable the Committee on Delegated Legislation to require the regulations making authority to submit to Parliament a copy of any regulations that ceases to have effect by operation of law. The bill further obligates Parliament to notify the general public in 2 newspapers of wide circulation that a statutory instrument which ceases to have effect by operation of law is a nullity. And whereas on Wednesday, 8th of November 2023 and Tuesday, 28th of November 2023, the National Assembly considered the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, and passed it with amendments and in the form attached here. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the bill to the Senate for consideration. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order number 163, which requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the same manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading, in accordance with Standing Order number 144, I will, at the appropriate time, direct the clerk to read a first time the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023. I thank you. Next order, clerk.
Order number 4, petitions.
Over 2,000 years ago, everything changed forever. Jesus, the Son of God, was born and became man, lived a perfect, sinless life, and then died on the cross as a sacrifice for our wrongdoing. 3 days later, he rose from the dead. God is with us today and always. His birth brings us hope. His death brings us the gift of eternal life. To accept his gift of eternal life, talk to Jesus and tell him that you believe he died for you and that he rose from the dead for you. Jesus offers you the forgiveness of your sins and the gift of eternal life when you decide to put your trust in him alone.
The Chairman, Standing Committee on Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following petition report on the table of the Senate today, 6 December 2023. This is the report on the petition concerning the payment of 1996 to 2010 arrears for P1 teachers with A-level academic qualifications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Labor.
Mr. Speaker, report on the petition concerning mismanagement of football, and the above matter, the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare has concluded its consideration of the petition concerning mismanagement of football in the country by Football Kenya Federation. So I lay.
But tomorrow is okay. Maybe 11.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, the 7th of December, 2023. This is a report of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission on the activities and financial statements for the financial year 2021-2022. Thank you.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, sir, on behalf of the Chair of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, I beg to lay the following paper. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, the 7th December 2023, a report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 1 of 2023.
There's a paper on ICGLR, Senator Ali Roba MP, or Senator Hezena, to proceed to lay that paper. But the Majority Leader, you can lay this paper.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, the 7th of December, 2023. This is the 13th plenary assembly meetings for the Forum of Parliamentarians on members of the States of International Conference on the Great Lakes region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
The Honorable Senator Alexander Mundigi. That statement is dropped. Honorable Senator George Mbugua. Senator Essie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request for a statement on delay in the operationalization of the Social Assistance Act 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding delay in the operationalization of the Social Assistance Act of 2013. In the statement, the committee should 1, explain the delay in the operationalization of the Social Assistance Act of 2013, which establishes the National Social Assistance Authority and the National Social Assistance Fund, outlining efforts made by the government to overcome any challenges in the implementation of the Act. 2, state the reasons for the establishment of the Social Assistance Fund under the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, as opposed to the Social Assistance Act of 2013. 3, elucidate on the current institutional and governance frameworks that exist to facilitate the provision of social assistance to individuals in view of the non-operationalization of the Social Assistance Act of 2013, providing details of any ongoing programs, and finally, outline measures put in place to ensure the implementation of the Act without further delay. Senator George Mbugua MP. I also have a statement from Senator Mariam. A request for a statement on the escalation in ticket prices for flights operating from Mandera County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the escalation in ticket prices for flights operating from Mandera County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, investigate the ongoing escalation in ticket prices for flights operating from Mandera County and establish the amount of money remitted to the Kenya Airports Authority and the Kenya Revenue Authority in fees and taxes for the financial year 2022-2023. 2, provide details of the permissible number of daily trips per airline operating from Mandera County, indicating the charges levied by agents per trip, taking into account the rise in airfare amidst the pressing El Nino situation affecting residents of Mandera County. And finally, disclose the criteria used for registering airline agencies in Mandera County by the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, including the fees charged for agent registration and the current number of registered agents in Mandera County. Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar. Thank you.
Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very good morning, given that the session changed today. And I do rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Affairs regarding the diplomatic relations between Kenya and the Kingdom of Morocco. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should provide an update on the current status of diplomatic relations between Kenya and the Kingdom of Morocco, explaining any efforts, Mr. Speaker, made by the Kenyan government to resolve any outstanding issues between the two countries. And in the statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should also clarify whether the government of Kenya plans to establish an embassy in the kingdom, and if so, specify the modalities considered in the process as well as the projected timelines for the same. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gloria.
Request for a statement on uplifting of football talent at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding identification and nurturing of football talent at the grassroots level. In the statement, the committee should provide a comprehensive report on the world level tournaments that served as the qualifying rounds for the National Talanta Hela football tournament, stating the number of world level games played, the participating and winning teams, and the dates and fixtures of the tournaments matches. 2, state the budgetary allocation for the world level tournaments and explain how the allocated funds were utilized. And finally, explain what the government is doing to fulfill its commitment to uplift football talent at the grassroots level. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on the assault of a female passenger by a matatu conductor on Thika Road. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1.
Order, Majority Leader and the Deputy Speaker should lead by example. And proceed, Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights regarding the assault of a female passenger by a matatu conductor along Thika Road. In the statement, the committee should provide an account of the sequence of events that led to the assault of a female passenger by a matatu conductor along Thika Road Superhighway in a vehicle owned by Bypass Trans on November 29, 2023. Identify the conductor directly implicated in the aforementioned assault, specify the route of operation for the PSV, and confirm whether the conductor is employed by the Bypass Trans under which the PSV is registered. 3, elucidate on the current disciplinary measures applicable to address the misconduct of the perpetrator in relation to gender violence. And finally, detail the appropriate regulations to govern matatu operators with a view of preventing the recurrence of such incidences in the future. Thank you.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the rising fatalities resulting from hyena attacks in Weteithio Ward in Juja Sub-County, Kiambu County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the reasons behind the KWS failure to address the numerous complaints by residents of Kiambu County on the rampant hyena attacks on people in Weteithio Ward in Juja Sub-County. 2, outline the immediate steps taken by the government to address the said attacks that are causing fear and anxiety among residents of Kiambu County. And 3, recommend long-lasting measures to address the ongoing attacks, which pose a significant threat to the safety and well-being of residents of Kiambu County, Weteithio Ward in Juja Sub-County, clarifying whether there are plans underway to compensate the victims. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Joseph Kamau with 2 statements. Those 2 statements are dropped. Senator John Methu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the grabbing of the Douglas Dam, Kariakadagi, in Turaga and Muruaki schemes in Nyandarua County. In the statement, the committee should, number 1, establish the legal ownership of the parcel of land where the Douglas Dam, Kariakadagi, is situated, clarifying whether there has been a change of ownership from public to private, and if so, provide the relevant documentation, including details and the timeline of the transfer. Engage in similar activities in Nyandarua County and the nation as a whole. And number 4, state actions taken by the government to apprehend and penalize public officers involved in facilitating the encroachment of the dam. Senator John Methu, the Senator for Nyandarua.
Senator Mundigi, having explained your absence when your statement was called out to the satisfaction of the chair, your statement is hereby reinstated and you may proceed to read it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement on delivery of centrally procured learning materials to schools. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding last mile delivery to schools premises of textbooks and others tuition materials that are centrally procured by the Ministry of Education under the Free Primary Education and Free Day Secondary Schools programs. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state the account of money under Free Day Secondary Education and Free Primary Education capitations is returned by the Ministry of Education, outlining the 4 items it is retained against and the percentage of the retained funds meant for the purchase and delivery of textbooks and other learning materials to schools. 2. Explain the final point of delivery of centrally procured textbooks and other tuition materials by the Ministry of Education, stating whose responsibility it is to deliver the same materials to the school premises as per the agreement between the ministry and the publishers and vendors. And 3, outline any plans by the ministry to ensure the centrally procured materials are delivered to schools and not at the sub-county education offices as in currently the case. Senator Alexander Munyimondigi, Embu County. Happy Jamhuri Day, Happy Christmas, Happy New Year. I love you all.
Now, pursuant to Standing Order 53.3, I will allow limited comments on all these statements, starting with Senator Olekina.
Mr. Speaker, briefly, I'd just like to support the statement by Senator Eddie Gishero on the importance of having an official diplomatic mission in the Republic, on the Kingdom of Morocco. Mr. Speaker, having an official embassy is very, very important. I know we have challenges, given that there was some confusion on our diplomatic ties with the country of Sorai, which is neighboring Morocco. But I think it is important, as a country, having a physical diplomatic mission assist the foreign department to be able to have, to gather intelligence about the economy of that country, to be able to understand the position of that country. It also enhances trade between those two nations. So I think it's about time. And when we think of ourselves as an African continent, it is about time that we try to embrace each other and understand one another. The current occupier of the House in the Hill has been advocating the need to open Kenya for all Africans. So the best way to be able to open Kenya for all Africans is to be able to ensure that we have representation, you know, in each and every country. So I think the issue of Morocco has really supported this country a lot. We get a lot of fertilizer from Morocco, from the Kingdom of Morocco. So I think it is imperative that we bring our brothers closer so that we know how we can be able to deal with it. While at that, Mr. Speaker, I think also we have to play a critical role in educating some of those characters who represent us in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. I was literally shocked when I saw the PS, Mr. Abraham Singoe Korir, really attacking the Speaker of this House and saying that the Speaker of this House cannot be able to meet and discuss issues to do with diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, you know, people have selective amnesia. If you look at the previous administrations, and these offices that we hold are not offices that belong to an individual. These are offices which transcend individuals. In the last dispensation of the Jubilee administration, the former president of this country, His Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, extended an invitation to the Republic of Somaliland, and they were building diplomatic ties. I think it is imperative, Mr. Speaker, that this House, and particularly the Committee on Foreign Affairs, to summon the current PS of Foreign Affairs, my friend Abraham Singoe Korir, to come here and explain Because it is ridiculous. You know, sometimes we make certain comments which we don't not understand their unintended consequences. It is hypocritical for someone who has served as an advisor to the government to be able to go and make statements to attack a very powerful, institution. The Senate is very powerful. The Speaker of the Senate is almost number 4 in leadership in this country. So really, how can a PS who is approved by this House go in and castigate a Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about this issue of diplomacy, issues of opening embassies abroad, issues of bringing these countries all together. Recently, we admitted Somali into the East African community. Why is it wrong? If people are able to recognize Somaliland as a nation within a nation, why is it wrong for the Speaker of this House to be able to meet with dignitaries from that country? So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's about time that we stand firm, defend this House, defend the leadership of this House, and ensure that we can be able to go together as a nation. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we were arguing here about the welfare of our citizens, of our staff. There are things that do not require politics, Mr. Speaker. There are things which are important. Today, I get a phone call from one of our suppliers who assists our constituencies offices, that he could not be able to take his child to the hospital because my office has not paid for things that they supplied for the operations of our county offices. So if we cannot sit here and talk, anytime we raise issues, it's a problem. You hear someone in the executive coming here and castigating this House. I think it's about time that we make a firm determination. And this statement by the distinguished senator from Migori should be one that can be able to canvass all these issues. Not only the issue of Morocco, but also the issue of Somaliland, so that we can put everything to rest. And finally, as I sit, Mr. Speaker, I really would like to request the same Committee on Foreign Relations to summon Abraham Korir Singwae to come and explain why he took to social media to castigate the Speaker of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Essie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support the statement by the Kiambu Senator Karungo on the mulling of the lady who was actually eaten by a hyena in Juja. Mr. Speaker, we've had these cases, and I actually thought the cases are happening in counties that are next to wildlife parks. Unfortunately, this time it's happening in a very active industrial town. Mr. Speaker, we can't be losing our people to disease, floods, hunger, then lose lives to people being eaten by wildlife. It's really sad, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that swift action should be taken to ensure that these animals are located and taken back to where they belong. I understand very well that could be also happening because of the current pressure we are encountering of, the human beings are growing in numbers, and especially in towns, and encroachment is happening to areas where wildlife that would have otherwise been. But you see, the result is very sad, Mr. Speaker. And this is not for the first time. The other time we saw a lion that was actually loitering around areas within town. Mr. Speaker, if we cannot protect ordinary people, then Mr. Speaker, even yesterday's standoff, I don't see how it makes sense. It's actually an opportunity for we as leaders to also experience what the ordinary people undergo each and every day, Mr. Speaker. So I want to support, and I hope the ministry responsible will be answerable to what Senator Thangwai has actually raised, not just in Juja. We have these incidences in areas like Athi River, that's Kajiado, and very many others. We must sort out the issue of human-wildlife conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, nataka kuunga mkono hii taarifa ambayo imeletwa na Seneta Eddie Oketch kuhusiana na uhusiano katika ubalozi wa nchi ya Morocco ama utawala ule wa Morocco, ufalme wa Morocco na Kenya. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la muhimu sana kuona kwamba Kenya itakuwa na uhusiano mwema na mataifa mengine, na kulingana na uhusiano huo, kawaida huwa kunakuwa na mazao mengi. Kunakuwa na watu kuweza kufungua njia za watu wetu kupata kazi, kunakuwa na njia zile ambazo pia vile vile watu wetu wanaweza kupata biashara, na uhusiano mwema huo unaleta mambo ya biashara kuendelea katika nchi zetu hizi za Afrika, hususan jambo hili la uhusiano baina ya Kenya na usultan wa Morocco. Bwana Spika, tumeona ya kwamba mimi nilikuwa katika lile bunge la Pan African Parliament, na katika Pan African Parliament, Bwana Spika, nchi ambayo imetambuliwa na Pan African Parliament nchi ile ya inaitwa Western Sahara, inaitwa Western Sahara. Ile nchi ya Morocco bado haijakuwa na ubalozi ndani ya Kenya, na hivi sasa kuna msikizo fulani ambao unaendelea ya kwamba kunao nia ya kuweza kuwa na uhusiano mwema na serikali ile ya Morocco pia. Hilo ni jambo zuri ambalo tunaliweza kuliunga mkono, lakini Bwana Spika, ikiwa kutakuwa na uhusiano kama huo, ni lazima iwe baina, ifanywe wazi kabisa, ili kila mtu aweze kujua kunaendelea nini baina ya majadiliano yanayoendelea katika Kenya na yanayoendelea katika serikali ya Morocco. Lakini hivi juzi tunaona ya kwamba kumekuwa na majibishiano ambayo yamekuwa hayafai. Hili bunge la Senate liko na uwezo wa kujadiliana jambo lolote ambalo linaendelea ndani ya Kenya, na hili bunge la Senate likiwa linaongozwa na spika. Bwana Spika, mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba uwezo huo unaweza kuengage ama unaweza kujadiliana. Katika kujadiliana huku unaweza kwenda katika nyanja zozote za biashara, za kazi, za matumizi, za madaktari, za kila kitu, ili kuweza kusaidia nchi hii. Hilo ndio jukumu lako kubwa ambalo liko hapa. Tukiangalia katika katiba pia tunaona ya kwamba hili bunge hauwezi kulishusha hadhi yake, lakini juzi tumepata afisa mmoja anafanya kazi katika wizara hii ya mambo ya nje. Huyu anaitwa katibu wa kudumu ambaye ni Singoe. Ni jambo la aibu kuona ya kwamba ofisa sasa wa serikali anaweza kuingilia jambo ambalo linajadiliwa ndani ya bunge, ama anaweza kuingilia spika ambaye ndio kilele, yeye ndio mkubwa ndani ya bunge la Senate, na tunaona ni madharau. Tunaona hii ni heshima ambayo anajaribu kushukisha heshima ya bunge la Senate chini, ambao sio kawaida. Wewe ukiwa unafanya kazi ndani ya serikali hauwezi ukaingilia chochote ndani ya bunge la Senate. Kwa hiyo Bwana Spika, tunaona haya ni matusi na ni madharau, haswa kwa mimi. Bwana Spika, itakuwa jambo la kusikitisha sana kuona kama kutakuwa na madharau kama haya. Sisi kama watu wa Pwani hatutakubali hata kidogo kuona ya kwamba sio kwamba wewe uko pale peke yake, lakini mtu yoyote ambaye anaketi katika kiti cha uspika wa Senate ni lazima aheshimiwe. Hivi sasa ikiwa jambo kama hilo limetendeka, ni umuhimu ile kamati husika katika Senate kuweza kumuita huyo ofisa aje ndani ya hili bunge la Senate na aweze kutueleza ni kwa sababu gani alikuwa anajibishiana na spika. Tena unaenda kwa Twitter,
hiyo ni madharau ya namna gani? Kwa hiyo hii hata nakubaliana na vile ndugu yangu Aaron Cheriot anasema Cheptum chairman wangu hajalala. Ni Cheptum ni mtu yuko sawa sawa kabisa na ni wakili mkubwa. Yeye hajasinzia, yuko sawa sawa kabisa, lakini vile tu kwamba hajaongea ya kwamba kama Sing'oei alifanya makosa sana.
What is the point of order, Senator Cheptum? What is the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I am keenly listening to the Senator of Kilifi. Is it in order for the majority leader to claim?
The majority leader is not on record.
The majority leader claiming that I'm not listening. Mr. Speaker, you heard him saying so.
Senator Cheptumo.
Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that I'm keenly following the proceedings of the House. And my committee, Mr. Speaker, is fully aware of what the PS was trying to demean this House. And Mr. Speaker, I will also speak at my right time on that particular issue. So majority leader, it's unfair and procedural for you to say that. Mr.
Thank
Speaker,
you, Senator Cheptumo. Senator Mazayo, conclude, please, so that we close this.
Asante Bwana Spika. Kama ndugu yangu Cheptum anatuhakikishia yeye hayuko usingizini kama anavyosema Aaron Cheriot, kiongozi walio wengi, sisi nataka tuchukue hiyo hatua ya kwamba huyu ofisa ambaye ni ofisa wa chini sana katika hii wizara ya mambo ya nje aitwe hapa ili tuweze kumhoji, na sisi kama watu wa Pwani hatutakubali hata kidogo, hatutakubali hata kidogo hadhi ya hii Senate iregeshwe chini. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by the Senator of Migori is very important. Mr. Speaker, it must occur to us that Morocco, a country in Africa, is the 5th largest economy in Africa. And Kenya and Ethiopia were in position 6. To sit and refuse to have and fail to have formal relationship with Africa's 5th biggest economy is to lose the obvious, Mr. Speaker. I therefore would like to urge the respective committee, would like to urge the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, remembering that my good friend, Dr. Sing'oei, who people are not very happy, who senators are not very happy with this morning, to be up to the task so that we move towards formalizing this relationship. The second point, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make is that the East African community has now expanded and invited Somalia into the community. Having done so, it means that some of the good things of Somalia are now on board, but also the headaches that Somalia has. Somaliland, dear colleagues, senators, Somaliland is a headache to the Republic of Somalia. So what, to my understanding, prompted the PS to respond in the manner he did, Mr. Speaker, to my understanding, is the possibility, because we have not talked to him, that Somalia might have raised a formal complaint about the engagement that we were perceived to have made with Somaliland, which is a problem to the country. Mr. Speaker, as I say this, don't let it be lost to this House that even Morocco has a similar challenge in the name of Western Sahara. The moment we shall engage with Morocco, we will have to devise means on how we can deal with the headache of Western Sahara. Mr. Speaker, you and I have the unique opportunity, which we had, that we served in the Ministry of East African Community. And Mr. Speaker, let's not personalize this. After you pulled down your tweet, and after Sing'oei had made the comments he made, I have taken time to listen to what Sing'oei was saying. Sing'oei did not attack the Senate. Singoe did not attack the speaker. Singoe spoke to the mandate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Singoe emphasized the oversight role of Parliament on matters of international relationship. So why a leader, in fact, a house of sober leaders like this one, would want to belabor and blow that clarification from Singoe out of proportion, it beats my logic. What are we fighting Singoe for? Mr. Speaker, with your permission. What are we fighting Singoe for? I'm referring. What are we fighting him for? Let's call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, Singoe said the following things. He says, foreign policy of the Republic is the function of the national government. That is a fact. He said, Parliament's role in foreign policy is oversight on exercise of foreign relationship by national government. That is a fact. He said, it is Kenya's established and unchanging policy to remain consistent with the African Union on the matter of the Federation of the Republic of Somalia. What's wrong with that? Mr. Speaker, are we saying this Parliament want to push an agenda that is contrary to the position of the African Union on Somalia? We would be missing it. And finally, Mr. Speaker, Singoe said Somaliland, a region within the Federal Republic of Somalia, has a liaison office for commercial purposes in Nairobi. That means he was acknowledging that Somaliland is not a pariah. It already has been given an opportunity to deal with Kenya. I appeal to colleagues that we don't try to kill a fly with a sledgehammer. This is a non-issue. Let the PS of Foreign Affairs enjoy his freedom of thought, freedom of expression. Some of us have had to pay high prices for freedom of expression. Let us not use Parliament to intimidate civil servants. If we want to deal with foreign affairs, there is a substantive minister who we can call here instead of focusing on his civil servant who he can manage himself. Mr. Speaker, sir, Morocco, which is the issue that the member from Migori has raised here, is so important that they are also the giants of soccer in Africa. They have also produced some of the top athletes in this country. Those of us who have had an opportunity to go to Morocco, we know that there's so much we can learn, so much we can partner, so much we can benefit from by relating to Morocco formally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the Senator of Migori.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. We wish to comment on the two statements. One statement by Senator Eddy and a statement by Senator Mudigi. Let me start with the statement by Senator Mudigi on centralized procurement of school learning material. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very crucial statement because there are challenges right now, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the change of policy to centrally procure learning material, particularly books to schools. I have received complaints from head teachers in my county that some schools have had to receive books which they don't really need. A school is not doing Islamic studies and is being given books on Islamic studies, really. That's a waste. So, Mr. Speaker, the idea to change the policy to centralized procurement may have been inspired by the need to have a centralized accountability on the procurement process. But that, in a way, it's going to create more problems than the system that was there before.
So I think the Committee on Education needs to really reflect on this matter, look at all the possibilities, look at all the loopholes, and report to this House so that, if possible, we should actually revert to the system that was there before, which was that every school could handle procurement of its learning material. Mr. Speaker, let me also comment on the issue of establishment of an embassy in Morocco. Mr. Speaker, this issue of having an embassy in Morocco is long overdue. And there is no justification at all for Kenya government not to have an embassy in Morocco, because all the leading economies in Africa, they all have embassies in Morocco. Start with Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Ethiopia, Algeria. They all have embassies in Morocco because Morocco is a big economy and Morocco is a flourishing economy, which this country really needs to benefit from having a diplomatic engagement with Morocco. So there is no justification not to have, but I'm aware, Mr. Speaker, the government is trying to quietly establish an office in Morocco. But Mr. Speaker, as a standard, I think it's important for that process to be processed through Parliament, so that Parliament gives an approval for the establishment of embassies in such strategic countries. Mr. Speaker, coming to the issue of the PS for Foreign Affairs, I have heard Senator Galuale trying to defend the PS. I think there is no justification in what he did. When we have high-ranking government officials resorting to exchanging on social media, then there is a problem. And Mr. Speaker, the PS would easily have taken his phone and called you, instead of now going to respond to you on social media. That is unacceptable, and we are seeing this trend emerge in this current government. We have seen the behavior of the CS Moses Kuria on social media and others. I mean, there should be a better way of communicating within government. So there is no justification in what the PS did. And Mr. Speaker, Parliament plays a big role in foreign policy implementation. After all the treaties that we engage in as a country are ratified by this House. So when the PS gives an impression that the Parliament and Senate has no role in engaging on diplomatic mission, Mr. Speaker, that is misconduct. And if it was another country, that PS would be at home by now, Mr. Speaker. You will be at home, I'm telling you. If this thing happened during President Moi's time, by 1 o'clock news, we would hear that the PS has been sacked. So this crippling indiscipline in government, Mr. Speaker, I think is something that we need to deal with as a House, and there is no justification in what the PS did. But Mr. Speaker, this is a problem of giving responsibility to people who have no civil service experience. They will always do things in this manner. Serious ministries like Foreign Affairs require serious, experienced civil servants who are also diplomats, Mr. Speaker. So Mr. Speaker, I want to
What is your point of order, Senator Boni?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order, rising on standing order number 105, for the member to impute improper motives on our civil servants when he knows that Abraham Singoe, doctor, was not only vetted for by the National Assembly, but that this is a distinguished lawyer with a doctorate in law. And Mr. Speaker,
Senator Boni, what is your point of order?
The
That
point
is a
of order
point of
is
information. Very good information you're giving. It's not a point of order. So choose. Are you on a point of information or a point of order?
Yes,
Are you informing Senator Osotsi of the resume of the peers, or are you calling to order the honorable senator who was speaking?
It's a thin line, Mr.
You
Speaker.
can't do both.
Mr. Speaker, it's a thin line. Under 105.
The line can never be thin, Senator.
Under our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, with due respect, 105 expects that members should be guided by the factuality of what they are speaking to.
Senator Boni, that's why I'm asking you.
Yes.
Are you on a point of order or you're on a point of information? Just pick one and proceed.
A point of order.
Okay. What
Yes.
is this that is out of order?
He's misleading the House that Dr. Abraham Singoe is not competent enough to be our principal secretary, when in fact, the education Ibrahim has, the distinguished senator from Iga can only dream about it. He doesn't even have even 20% of that. We need to appreciate the quality of professionalism in our government of Kenya Kwanza, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi,
Mr.
proceed to
Speaker,
conclude.
Boni Khalwale is just wasting my time. And I want to tell Boni Khalwale that I am also learned. I have a degree in computer science. I have a master's degree in computer science. I have an MBA. I have more degrees than Boni Khalwale. So don't say that I can only dream of.
Honorable senators, honorable senators, at this rate, I may require every one of you. Order, Senator Boni. Kindly, Senator Osotsi, abandon that line of argument and proceed to prosecute your contribution and conclude, please. Senator Boni, we are veering off the subject matter. Kindly proceed to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the PS for Foreign Affairs deserves to apologize to you as a Speaker of this House and to this House. Because in the ranking order, Mr. Speaker, you are too senior. In fact, I would have forgiven the Ministry of Foreign Affairs if maybe that statement was written by Prime Cabinet Secretary and the CS for Foreign Affairs. That is your level, Mr. Speaker, but not a junior officer in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We deserve an apology. You deserve an apology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Majority Leader Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very interesting morning. But first, the statement by Senator Mundigi deserves our attention. And it deserves the attention of the Education Committee because this is a policy position that government has played ping pong quite a number of occasions on. You remember, Mr. Speaker, that previously, I think around 2015, there was a directive that in the interest of saving taxpayers' money and that school teachers were actually buying school books at exaggerated amounts. Therefore, the policy shifted to centralized procurement system where they procure here at the national government and send them to the various schools. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that policy appeared to be working initially. But a few years down the line, Kenya being what it is, and you know that we are a strange people with peculiar habits, very soon you found that schools, even without classrooms, Mr. Speaker, were being loaded with truckloads of books that they did not have, first of all, where to store, and even the teachers to teach some of the subjects, Mr. Speaker. But because it made a lot of sense, and you know Kenyans are never short of lofty words when they want to engineer a procurement project intended just for the sole intention of fleecing taxpayers' money. And therefore, that policy shifted back, I think, about 2018 or 2019, Mr. Speaker, and we saw, again, a decentralization. And teachers were allowed to buy and do this and the other. But after that, again, Mr. Speaker, we were presented with a report. And I remember I was in this house, Mr. Speaker, because this question is not the first time this has been asked. And we were told as a house that the reason why there was need to revert back to the old order, is that you'd find that for the same textbook, one school in Kakamega buys for 500 Kenya shillings. The other school in Vihiga, just next door, buys it for 750 Kenya shillings. And therefore, a somewhat logical argument was presented and it was said, then why not centralize? So, Mr. Speaker, the question should be, what have we learned from this attempted policy of centralizing and decentralizing the purchase of school books and materials, Mr. Speaker? And what measures have we put in place? In fact, and I hope, I think he has since left, I had seen the senator for Muranga, who's our chairperson for education, but nonetheless, I know there are members of that committee who are in the House as we speak, and as members share their comments on this particular question, is that the question they need to ask the ministry when they eventually appear before the House to respond to this question is, what safety nets have they put in place out of the experience that they have learned? Because it is an incontrovertible fact, Mr. Speaker, that there are pros and cons to both centralizing and decentralizing. The only thing that we need to do, Mr. Speaker, if we are a country that learns and makes better decisions out of the experiences we've had, is to ensure that we have put the safety nets to ensure that whatever policy position we take on these items, be it to centralize or to decentralize, is to put in place the mitigation measures to ensure that taxpayers' money is protected. If you put it all procurement to be at Jogo House, then let the schools request so that you just don't dump them with books that they have not even asked for. There could be alumni that have donated, like I know for a fact in my county, Mr. Speaker, I organize a county-wide alumni day. And one of the things alumni always do is that they donate books in huge numbers to the schools that they went to. So you find that in some of these schools, they may not be needing the books that the national government is sending them to. That's why it will be important to put as one of the safety measures to ensure that the school must first request for those particular books, Mr. Speaker. Second and most important is that if you choose to go the other way, should the ministry choose to let it be handled at the school level, Mr. Speaker, then at least provide a pricing list so that the schools are properly guided and know that there is no institution that is allowed to purchase Kiswahili Mufti, if that book still exists. At least that's the best that I can remember, Mr. Speaker. And no school is allowed to buy that book at above 450 Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. That way we will safeguard taxpayers' money. Otherwise, if we have just an argument, Mr. Speaker, whether to centralize or decentralize, then it means we have learned nothing as a people. And I don't think that is what Kenyans expect us as a house that does oversight. So work unto you, members of Education Committee, when Ministry of Education appears, and please pass those regulations here so that by the time this policy position is taken, we are well guided and hold the ministers to account. Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, is on these diplomatic relations between Kenya and the Kingdom of Morocco. Mr. Speaker, I will not get involved in the debate about what are the relations between Kenya and Morocco and what needs to be improved, what doesn't need to be improved. I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that we have enjoyed good diplomatic relations with this country. It's only up until, I think, during the presidential inauguration that Sahrawi Republic, which is a breakaway from the Kingdom of Morocco, appeared and were formally recognized as part of the delegations that caused a tiff between us and them. That matter has since, to the best of my knowledge, been sufficiently addressed, because it's not Kenya alone that find itself in this challenge between Morocco and Sahrawi. The rest of all countries of the world, because these people, each time when countries break away from the other, they provide a diplomatic challenge to established nations. Because on many accounts, when you want to disassociate, there are challenges with it. When you want to associate with them, therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it to the experts of foreign affairs to come and respond to the question by my friend Senator Eddie Okech. But I hold a different view from colleagues who are trying to demean the work of Dr. Sing'oei. While I may not agree with him entirely in the process with which he used to make a correction to a tweet that emanated from your office, Mr. Speaker, if I were in Dr. Sing'oei's position, the prudent thing to do, Mr. Speaker, would have been to reach out to your office and let you actually make the correction, because I know what he was trying to do is to give, of course, a formal complaint or informal may have reached him and said, is this the actual position of the government of Kenya? Because let's face it, Mr. Speaker, the same way people are saying your office is high ranking in this republic, that's true. That's why when you send out a tweet, other countries are bound to question and say, is this the official government position of Kenya? Therefore, it was within his place to try and put the proper position, Mr. Speaker, on this particular issue. The mode which he may have chosen to execute it is what we can debate here. But I can tell you, Senator Godfrey Osotsi, my good friend, you cannot hold a candle to the PS Abraham Singoe on matters foreign relation. That gentleman has earned his space. Many of our colleagues, including some that have served in this house with him, actually came up from his work from both foreign affairs and human rights, especially on marginalized communities. Celebrated, published, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, let us desist from this habit of being too critical of people. Surely, of all the work that Abraham Singoe has done, trying to restore Kenya's foreign relations that were dwindling at the time of the exit of the past regime, Mr. Speaker, to a point where now we are respected. People want to know Kenya's position on every matter. If we didn't matter as a country, then Somaliland will never have bothered to know or to confirm what is our actual position on this particular issue. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I hold the view that even as we hold to account the executive, let us do it with dignity. Let us do it with decorum. You know, a trend is being set in this house, Mr. Speaker, where sometimes because we have a premium platform, many of us tend to speak on issues without necessarily sometimes doing due diligence on a particular item. I saw, Mr. Speaker, for example, early this week, members speak on the issue of privatization and say, oh, I'm opposed to this or the other. I hold the view, Mr. Speaker, that particular notice is a notice of public participation. You're being invited to give your views on policy position that the government wants to take. We are here as a house debating and saying we cannot even pay salaries to our staff because we are in a difficult financial position. When the government tries to come up with policies that will free up the fiscal space, we are again the first ones to oppose and say, no, that one is not possible. This one cannot be done. I think you cannot eat your cake and have it. We've got to be sincere and appreciate that as a country, we have found ourselves in a very unique situation in terms of our fiscal space. We can hold debate this way or the other and say, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I would be more encouraged if as colleagues, senators, we will take a lead role, for example, in this conversation on privatization. Senator Boni Halwale and, for example, those that come from the sugar growing areas, we want to hear your views on this particular matter because it is not sustainable, for example, for government, Mr. Speaker, to each year be pumping 500 million Kenya shillings to sugar mills that, first of all, half the year do not function, they don't pay farmers, they consume taxpayers' money. Let us inform this particular debate and say, for example, I'd wish and appreciate and say, if there's a private sugar mill in my factory, I'd wish that concession fee, instead of being paid to the national government because they don't need it, let it be paid to the resident county government. It can be used at least to show up, pay for medical services and whatever functions and funds that people need. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage colleagues that many of the times when we take positions on the floor of this house, let it be better informed than at least the people that we represent. Because people cannot look at you, Senator Sifuna, and say, of all of us here in Nairobi, you are the best representatives in the Senate. Then you come to the House and want to speak also like the average Nairobian who is expecting on you to have better information than them. We have to do better as a people and as a leadership. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support these particular two statements and hope that our colleagues will get justice for the statements that they have sought and answers that are sufficient for the people that they represent. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I think that there are two statements that have been put across here by esteemed senators that I think that are quite solemn in the sense that they involve harassment and deaths of very important people, women in our society. One of them by Senator Mutinda, who sought to, get some comment of action from the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs of a lady who was harassed by matatu by matatu operators on Thika Road, Mr. Speaker. These are scenes that we have seen a number of times, and sometimes we take them for granted and almost like a norm, where women are harassed in places, in public places, for different reasons, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is something that as a country we must start, working hard to put it behind our backs, and this is something that is very serious that needs to be dealt with as a country, Mr. Speaker. And in the same manner, the senator for Kiambu talked about the hyena attack, and unfortunately, again, it was attack on a woman. And this is telling us some trend, Mr. Speaker, that it seems like women in their strivings every day to be able to feed families, find themselves in serious troubles. Today in the morning, Mr. Speaker, I just got news from Migori County that women who are affected by the effect of El Nino, who are trying to, get themselves to the other side of Aneko. This is on one of the rivers that floods during such a time, had their boats capsized, and 4 of them died this morning, Mr. Speaker, together with a gentleman who was trying to help them cross with the boat. And these deaths, as I even sent condolences to the lady that Thangwa talked about, and also the women in Migori County, Mr. Speaker, this exposes our nation's, structure on being able to support women and be able to make sure that our women are safe in their modes of striving for economic empowerment and economic activities. Some of our households, in the nature of how we find ourselves as a continent, and mostly in Kenya, you find that our household economics are mostly supported by women, and mostly women come out very strongly to look for ways of striving every day, ways of feeding our families. And it's indeed sad if we cannot be able to secure their lives in whichever form, be it attack from hyenas, or be it attack from rogue matatu drivers and rogue matatu operators, or sometimes be it gaps in terms of just having proper infrastructure that can be able to help them be able to do their activities, whether in agriculture or otherwise, in a proper way. And that said, Mr. Speaker, it's the mantra that you do not sometimes quote yourself or talk about your own statement. And my intention is not to talk about my statement on Moroccan embassy, because I think that I will engage with the committee appropriately as required. But I think that is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, that I add my voice on this issue of the PS, Singwei, because, Mr. Speaker, we are losing the script. And the script was very simple. Mr. Speaker, you hosted foreign dignitaries, and you hosted them so after they made it to the country. And I think that the intention of the statement is what is most important, because, and I want to urge majority leaders, together with the majority whip, that character assassination is a serious thing in this country. What you say is not consumed only by you, but is consumed by so many Kenyans. This is a serious government official that what he says cannot come as a simple statement of fun on a Twitter page. Because what the CS said, in the eyes of the public and in the eyes of many people, intended to demean the speaker, and actually intended to suggest that the Speaker of the Senate of Kenya was playing a role that is not his, and was therefore taking the duties of the foreign ministry. This is the fact. And I like the fact that the majority leader did read about the tweet as it was phrased. It wasn't phrased as a normal routine tweet of explaining to you my job, this is what I do. One wanted to be able to escape from responsibility of the fact that before those foreigners, foreign people make it to our country, there is a sincere responsibility in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to know that they're in the country. If they travel all the way from Somaliland to this place without the ministry knowing, without the ministry actually even being able to have them pay a courtesy call to them, then it means that it indicts the ministry for being extremely porous, which is what my friend Senator Sosi was talking about, the issue of competence. How comes that these foreign diplomats made it to our country and then came to pay a courtesy call to our speaker, and then you want to blame the speaker for hosting them? So, you know, it's extremely wrong, and I think that we should not, you know, again, this can work either way, majority leader. You know, the idea of we should not eat our cake and have it is the same way the ministry cannot eat the cake and have it at the same time. I think that the PS sincerely, in good faith, does indeed owe the speaker an apology for actually throwing aspersions that the speaker was trying to take his job. And this apology, perhaps not even to the speaker directly. It should just go back to the same Twitter, because I think that he operates very well on Twitter and engages people on Twitter very well. And just offer apology and clarity that the mistake was done from his side. He wasn't keen on doing his duties. The speaker was doing his duty as should, because we as a house do actually have a role in engaging on foreign resources, diplomatic relations, as are the members of the executive. So it was inappropriate. The message was inappropriate. It meant to demean the speaker. It meant to demean the house, and we must take it as such. And demanding an apology doesn't mean sometimes restrain relationship. It means acknowledging the fact that that kind of aspersion could also affect the effectiveness of our speaker as well as the effectiveness of this house. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I hope that as we go for recess, we will keep on championing for the place of Senate as well as the Parliament at large in this governance that we have in the country. Thank you so much.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, also for giving me this opportunity to make my comment on the statements. Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on the statement on youth and sports, which was presented and led by Senator Nguria. I remember very well that, Mr. Speaker, the government, this Kenya Kwanza government, when the ministry was set up, the CS and introduced as a policy that they will support tournaments right from the world level to the national level, so that they can be able to tap the talent from our youth. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not very sure whether this has started, and this statement is very crucial because it is very, very expensive actually to support tournaments. I saw last weekend the majority leader struggling in Kericho to even to raise funds so that he could support that tournament. So if the government is doing it, then this could be the best thing, because, Mr. Speaker, individually, let me assure you that it is not possible. The member for Nairobi County, Senator Sifuna, you cannot be able to support all the clubs in this town. I think there are more than almost 1,000 teams, football teams. So if the government can come in to support these talent right from the world level to the national level, Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure we can be able to get very far as far as.
Would you wish to be informed by Senator?
Because I'm not sure whether whatever I send needs more information. I just sent it's approximately 1,000 clubs, maybe in this city, Nairobi City County. You have the figures? Okay, inform me the exact figure, but not on any other matter. Maybe on that figure only.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why the senator for Meru is scared about the information that I'm carrying. Actually, I wanted to agree with him in terms of the burden on sporting associations in the counties. The information I wanted to give him is that I am bringing an amendment to the Sports Act so that we can set aside 1% of the revenues of each county to support registered sports associations in the counties. That's the information I wanted to pass.
To support you in this floor to raise it to 2%, at least like the way CDF, NGCDF does. 2% goes to sports, and then 2% to environment. We might even propose 5% should go to environment so that we can fight climate change in the counties. So, Mr. Speaker, the other comment I want to make is about the books. Mr. Speaker, I've been an MP for 2 terms in the constituency, and the teachers, the principals have been complaining about the textbooks. The publishers, because they get contracts for the Ministry of the Education Directory, they dump books to those schools even without knowing whether they require them or the need for those books in the school. So, Mr. Speaker, if the statement by Senator Modigi, it needs a lot of attention, because the schools should just be given capitation so that they can be able to buy what is necessary and what they need at that particular time. Mr. Speaker, the other issue about the Morocco embassy and what happened, because this matter has really been on this floor since yesterday, Mr. Speaker, and your office has been mentioned severally by members in this house. So, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of humility, I will request the committee dealing with this matter to bring a statement or a report, because they can be able to engage the Minister of Foreign Affairs, so that also, Mr. Speaker, we can protect your image as our speaker. You know, you are the president of the Senate. So you can be able to protect your image, to protect the office that you hold, and also to put the matter straight, so that when you are chairing this session, your name does not appear so much on this floor, Mr. Speaker. So I wish that matter can rest, and the committee concerned to come up with just a small report to put the facts clear. But, Mr. Speaker, maybe communication is what the PS did in a not a good manner. If we was to collect you that this is the position of the government and the AU and the UN, maybe he couldn't have done it formally to you, or to call you or to visit your office, so that he could clarify the exact position. But responding to you on Twitter was not very, very good, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to thank you also for your magnanimity this morning. You have given us a lot of airtime as we come close to this end of this session, Mr. Speaker. And I hope even when we open next year, you will continue with the same magnanimity. Because when senators speak on the floor is when they communicate to the voters who brought us to this floor, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And I wish everyone Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you.
Senator Professor Margaret Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I rise, Mr. Speaker, to support the statement by Senator Tapida Mutinda on the assault of a female passenger by a matatu conductor. Mr. Speaker, when you watch the clip that Senator Mutinda has referred to, it is very worrying where our society is going. You are a passenger, you know your destination and you have given your destination. The matatu passes your destination, you ask why you are being passed, you are removed and you are slapped. It makes no sense. It just makes you wonder whether the tout was really in his normal sense, or he was drunk, intoxicated, or what was wrong. Because it tells a lot about the society. Mr. Speaker, as the committee looks at that statement, I think it is good for the committee to relook at how our transport system is. Where are the Michuki rules? When Michuki established rules on how to operate the matatu sector, we saw uniforms for the first time. My hope is that with this committee, they should actually go check, interview the touts and see how they look like. Do we still have uniforms? Are people sitting in a very respected manner? Because when the Michuki rules came, people sat in a very respectful manner, because women have had a road deal in this public transport, Mr. Speaker. They've had opportunities that somebody comes and literally sits on you, and we have had those complaints. People hold people inappropriately in the same matatus. We hope that overloading will come to an end. So we want this statement, Mr. Speaker, to go beyond the Thika incident. Let them interview and let them check whether there is any behavior that is unbecoming even currently. I hope the committee can go to a station and walk incognito into matatus, even before they identify themselves. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this because I think we should be reaching a level where our matatu touts have their names on the uniform so that we know who they are. In fact, beyond the name and the telephone number, we need to be able to identify them. Because the reason they're behaving the way they're behaving is because they think nobody sees them. Thank God for young people who take videos these days. Any incident that takes place, they take a video. And I want to thank the people who helped this lady, because this one did not go unhelped. At least people ran after this man and were able to nab him. I thank those ones. And I thank the one who did the video. But it is making Kenyans look like watchmen all over. We are busy taking videos everywhere because of our security, but that is a very good thing that's happening. That's happening amongst our people. But can we label these people? Can we have them work like waiters? Because you go to an hotel in this country, because we are a service nation, we do a lot of hotel keeping, and it's very nice when you know the name of the waiter, you know the number of the name of the waiter, just the way we have our police and you know the number of a policeman, and you can report a policeman because you know the number. If they misbehave, you just take the number and give that number and they can be identified. The problem with our touts is that nobody can identify them. And because nobody can identify them, they think they can actually get away with anything until they are napped like this one was napped. But there are so many that are taking place across the country and nobody is able to identify them. I think there is a need for this committee to go deeper and actually help us regulate the sector. We want to call on the Minister of Roads currently to bring back the Mijugi rules. We want the Minister to be able to improve on those rules and ensure that our traveling is smooth, because currently we are telling ourselves because of climate change, we need to reduce on our private vehicles, and all of us should be able to enter a matatu and take off with a matatu. We should be able to use any transport, but we must identify who is carrying you. We must be able to identify these touts. We must be able to identify your driver so that you know that this is the driver, you know the name, and you can actually pick the telephone number just in case anything happens to you. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Mutinda for bringing out this issue. All of us were terrified when we saw the incident, but we thank the people, the public that went after this culprit and were able to arrest him. We really must honor, respect that we have people in this country that still care, because it would have been a disaster if nobody cared for that lady at that point. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this statement, and I ask the committee to go beyond the statement and actually investigate if our sector is still regulated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time.
Senator Cheptumo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to comment on the statement by Senator of Migori on the issue of Morocco. And Mr. Speaker, if you look at the statement by Senator Eddy, he is seeking to know the current status of the diplomatic relations between Kenya and Morocco. Mr. Speaker, Morocco indeed is one of the leading economies in Africa, and it is very important that, Mr. Speaker, this situation or relationship between Morocco and Kenya is indeed established both in this House and for the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter which my committee will definitely take it up with the ministry and will be able to update the House, Mr. Speaker, on the position. And Mr. Speaker, as I assure the House that we are going to proceed to engage the ministry and be able to come back to the House Allow me, Mr. Speaker, also to comment on the issue raised by members on the communication between your office and the comment by the PS Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, what I read from the comments of members is that I want to say that Dr. Singoe, the PS, is indeed qualified to hold that office, Mr. Speaker. He was approved by the National Assembly and is in that office, Mr. Speaker, by virtue of that approval. The only challenge, Mr. Speaker, which I see here is he was trying to clarify the true position as to whether Somaliland has an embassy in Kenya, in Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, my only challenge, and I want to agree with members that it is important, Mr. Speaker, that we stick to the proper communication channels that we have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you made a statement in your office as our Speaker, having received the delegation from Somaliland, and you had some very fruitful discussions, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what the base could have done, Mr. Speaker, was to reach out to you and clarify areas that he thinks, Mr. Speaker, was not clear, as were not correct in your statement. Mr. Speaker, this is the way to go. And nobody should, in this House, Mr. Speaker, give the impression that the PS is unqualified, did the wrong thing by perhaps raising issues on your statement. The only complaint, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say this as the chair of the Committee of Foreign Relations and Defense, is that it is only important that the established communication systems between departments of government, our institutions, Mr. Speaker, should be pursued and followed. The PS could have been able, Mr. Speaker, either to write to you or call you. And Mr. Speaker, I was also concerned myself, and I was able to reach out to the PS, and I was able to share with him my concern that perhaps would have been better for him, Mr. Speaker, to reach out to you and clarify whatever was not clear or correct in terms of our relationship between Kenya as a country and Somaliland. Mr. Speaker, nobody should in any way demean the office, Mr. Speaker, of the Senate and that of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the constitutional framework, the establishment of Parliament and that of the Executive, Mr. Speaker, these institutions, Mr. Speaker, of governance, Parliament, Executive, Judiciary, Mr. Speaker, are independent. And Mr. Speaker, it is only that we have to coordinate issues together on our governance. And so, Mr. Speaker, we should not allow any impression in the public that there is conflict, there is misunderstanding, there is miscommunication between your office, Mr. Speaker, and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure the House that my committee, again, Mr. Speaker, apart from the issue of Morocco, we are going also to engage the ministry. Because, Mr. Speaker, we must read from the same script as a House, especially on matters diplomacy between us and our neighbors and the countries in our region, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to assure members that have listened very keenly to your concerns. And Mr. Speaker, shortly we are going to invite the ministry, sit with them, and raise your concerns and come back to the House, Mr. Speaker, to give you the assurance that we should be able to hold this office of the Speaker of Senate and the institution of Senate, Mr. Speaker, with the respect required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, we will move to statements pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B. Honorable Senators, under our standing orders, we are only allowed 30 minutes. We have gone beyond 1 hour. I have 11 chairpersons queuing to make their statement. So we will move to the Chairperson Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Kindly proceed to make your statement. Yeah, but before that, I had Senator Tabitha had approached me. He had a very urgent Keroche. So proceed to read your two statements, Senator, and thereafter we will move to the statements pursuant to 56(1)(b).
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on the closure of Nakuru War Memorial Hospital and transfer of patients to the Nakuru Provincial General Hospital. In the statement, the committee should inform the Senate about the reasons behind the nighttime transfer of patients from the Nakuru War Memorial Hospital to the Nakuru Provincial General Hospital on 28 October 2023, considering that some patients were on life support and the constitutional right to privacy and access to quality health care as outlined as the Bill of Rights were violated. Explain the reason for the prolonged closure of the Nakuru War Memorial Hospital and the control of the premises by the county security officials, despite a court order number 36 of 23, stopping the county government of Nakuru from taking over the management of the hospital pending the determination of the dispute on the management of the hospital, and state plans, if any, by the county government to compensate the hospital for losses incurred during the forceful closure and illegal occupation of its premises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the second statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53(1) to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on the land ownership over the Nakuru War Memorial Hospital in Nakuru County. In the statement, the committee should explain why the county government of Nakuru has been frustrating the proprietor of the hospital whose lease was extended by 50 years, via certificate of lease number Nakuru Municipality Block 11/107, issued on 1st March 2021, and where the hospital is located. Elucidate on the motives behind the county government attempt to forcefully take over the hospital despite the owner holding a valid title deed and a certificate of lease issued by the government, and shed light on the commitment by the county government to uphold private land rights for landowners in accordance with Article 64, A, B, and C of the Constitution, which generates land ownership under freehold and leasehold tenures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator Tabitha. The chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, was called out before. Is he around? Okay. Chair, national question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a statement in relation to the activities of Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration. Pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)(b), for the period from 1st September 2023 to 30th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)(b) of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement
relating to activities of Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration for the period from 1st September 2023 to 5th December 2023. Number two, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration is established under Standing Order 2281 of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters related to the pursuit of national and inter-community cohesion, the equalization of opportunities, and improvement in the quality of life and status of all persons. Regional integration, the East African Legislative Assembly, and the Pan-African Parliament. Number three, Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 28 sittings and deliberated on 5 statements and 1 legislative proposal. The committee also conducted an inquiry on gender and people with disability representation in various national and county public institutions. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, furthermore, the committee participated in Peace Week conference in Geneva, Switzerland, held a work plan retreat in Naivasha, Nakuru County, and conducted a county visit to Marsabit County. Statements, Mr. Speaker, sir, 3 statements were ongoing from various reporting periods, and 2 statements were sought for the committee during the current period, and committee considered and concluded 2, and is currently considering the remaining 3 to be concluded before the recess. Number 6, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is pursuing responses on the following statements. A, statement sought by Senator Mwenda Gataya Mofaya, MP, on the classification of Igamba Ngombe sub-county in Tharaka Nithi County as arid and semi-arid area, ASAL. B, statement sought by Senator Godfrey Asotsi, MP, on recruitment in public service and representation of Kenya's diversity. C, statement sought by Senator Raphael Chimera, MP, regarding the adherence to principle of meritocracy, transparency, fairness, and equal opportunity in recruitment at Competition Authority of Kenya, particularly in recruitment of the Director General of the authority. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered responses for statements and will conclude the report soon after appearance of stakeholders who have already been invited by the committee. Number 7, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee held a joint sitting with the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations, Standing Committee on Land Affairs and Human Rights on 14 September 2023, with the National Steering Committee on Peace Building and Conflict Management to deliberate on the review of Kenya peace building architecture. Number 8, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee also conducted a work plan retreat to prioritize legislative business and review its work plan. Further, the committee considered proposed amendments by the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, on the NCIC Act legislative proposal for the County Youth Council Bill. Number 9, Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, the committee is scheduled to carry out the following key activities in this session. A, consider the legislative proposal for the County Youth Council Bill with a view of enacting it into law. B, undertake a retreat with the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to consider their proposed amendment to NCIC Act. C, to undertake an inquiry on the state of access to public facilities by persons with disability in Kenya. Number 10, Mr. Speaker, sir, going forward, the committee intends to conclude pending legislative business that is before it within this quarter, particularly such business as may be subject to timelines provided under the standing orders or any other law. Number 11, Mr. Speaker, sir, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office and that of the clerk of the Senate for the continuous support accorded to the committee in undertaking its work. And lastly, I thank the members of the committee for their commitment, and diligence in their contribution to the great achievements of the committee during the period under review. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, Senator Mohammed Chute, Chairperson, Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity, and Regional Integration. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, once again.
Next is the Chair, Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights Committee. And Chair, as you know, there is a standing order on these statements from committees is just allocated 10 minutes. So if you can be able to. Yeah, sorry, Chairman, national question. Kindly table your statement for records purpose. Then proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will try to limit to the extent of the timeline that you have indicated. And Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B of the Senate Standing Orders to make a statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights for the months of July to December 2023. Honorable Speaker, during the period under reference, the committee held 42 sittings at which considered various legislative business as set out below. A, legislative proposals. Honorable Speaker, the committee conducted pre-publication scrutiny on 4 legislative proposals, which were referred to the committee pursuant to Standing Order 133A of the Senate Standing Orders, and these include the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023, sponsored by Senator Raphael Chimera, the County Civic Education Bill 2023, sponsored by Senator Esther Okenyuri, the Whistleblower Protection Bill 2023, sponsored by Senator Gloria Orwoba, and the County Government State Officers Removal from Office Procedure Bill, sponsored by Senator Thangwa. The committee, Honorable Speaker, conducted and considered of the first 3 proposals and submitted its comment to the Right Honorable Speaker of the Senate. The consideration of the legislative proposal by Senator Thangwa, MP, is an active engagement before the committee. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered 2 bills which were committed to the committee, and those are the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Beth Siengo, and the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill 2023, Senate Bills number 37 of 2023, sponsored by Senator Osotsi. The committee, Honorable Speaker, considered and concluded its consideration of the 2 bills and tabled the report to the floor of this House. On statements, Honorable Speaker, the committee considered 3 statements during this reporting period, and these are statements by Senator Mohammed Chute on the status of inquiries by EACC, that's Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, in the Asal counties of Wajir, Mandera, Marsabit, and Samburu. Statement by Senator Mohammed Said Chute as well on the status of court construction projects in the Republic of Kenya. And lastly, statement by Senator Hamida Kibwana on gender-based violence incidents in the Republic of Kenya within the political space in Kenya. The committee, Honorable Speaker, considered the first statement. In the case of the other 2, we have invited the responses from key stakeholders and will subsequently schedule meetings to consider the statements and report our responses thereon. The petitions, Honorable Speaker, during this period were 5, and all the 5 we have tabled a report. This is the petition by Zipporah Seronei regarding mistreatment, harassment, property laws, and human rights violations meted on the family of the late Honorable Jean Marie Seronei. Petition by Taratisio Kawe concerning the introduction of an amendment to the Constitution of Kenya and other relevant laws on the election of the Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, and Deputy Governors in the Republic of Kenya, and the petition by Muindumbingu Memorial Gelani Association concerning historical injustices suffered by the residents of Ngelani area in Machakos County during the colonial period. The fourth petition by Laban Omusundi concerning the enactment of a clause in the electoral laws that will make sure that all nominated members of county assembly are voters and residents of the respective counties. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, petition by Honorable Simon Lenguya concerning the academic qualifications for election as Speaker of a county assembly, Senate, and the National Assembly. All these reports have been tabled by the committee before the floor of this House. On other activities, Honorable Speaker, over the first 5 months, the committee has hosted and held deliberations with a visiting delegation from the African Court of on Human and People's Rights. We've had breakfast session with the ICJ Kenya chapter to deliberate on legislative gaps and challenges inhibiting access to healthcare services and realization of the right to health. We've hosted and held deliberations with visiting delegations of the counterpart committees from the county assemblies of Vihiga, Nakuru, and Nandi. We have also participated in the launch of the Social Transformation through Access to Justice 2023-2033 Blueprint and presentation of the State of the Judicial and Administration of Justice Annual Report, that is SOJA, for the year 2022-23. We've held a report writing retreat to consider the draft reports on bills and petitions before the committee, which reports I have reported, Honorable Speaker, have since been tabled. And lastly, we've held a working retreat with the Independent Policing Oversight Authority to deliberate on implementation of the report of the Committee on Extrajudicial Killings and Enforced Disappearances in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to thank the office for the support accorded to the committee in undertaking its work, and also wish to acknowledge and appreciate the Secretariat for the support and the commitment that they have given to the committee, which in this case, Mr. Speaker, cannot be left unacknowledged. And I therefore acknowledge the office of the clerk for that particular support. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I would love to appreciate the members of this committee for their industry, for their commitment, and also for their support towards the achievement of the achievements that we have achieved as a committee of this particular House. Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I table the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jelak. Next is Chair National Security. Chair Trade.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The statement relating to activities of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism, pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B, for the period commencing 1st July to 2023 to 30th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, I raise pursuant to Standing Order number 56-1B on the standing order to make the statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism for the periods commencing 1st July to 30th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 45 meetings. Bills considered by the committee, Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee considered the following bills: the County Licensing 2022 Uniform Procedure Bill 2022, Senate Bill number 9 of 2022. The County Licensing Uniform Procedure Bill is sponsored by Senator Mariam Omar, MP. The bill seeks to establish a standing uniforms procedure for licensing by county government. Status: the county committee tabled its reports on 12th April 2023. The bill is now at the committee of the whole stage. B, the startup bill 2022, Senate Bill number 14 of 2022. The startup bill 2022 was read a first time on the 15th February 2023 and is sponsored by Senator Crystal Lasige, MP, it seeks to provide a framework to encourage innovations and incentives the establishment of startups. Status: the committee tabled the report on the in the Senate on the 12th April 2023. The bill is at the committee of the whole. Street Vendors Protections and Livelihood Bill, Senate Bill number 41 of 2023. The Street Vendors Bill was read the first time on the Tuesday, 17th October 2023. It is sponsored by Senator Esther Okenyuri, MP. The status, the bill is currently undergoing a public participation at the committee. Petitions. Petition on the fraudulent shareholding activities and illegal acquisitions of East Africa Breweries Limited, EABL. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, one petition was reported on 30th July 2023 by Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, MP, on the fraudulent shareholding activities and illegal acquisitions of East Africa Breweries Limited, EABL. The status: the committee has undertaken engagement in the petition by Mr. Nicholas Rono, the Chief Executive Officer, Capital Market Authority, and the Competition Authority of Kenya. The committee has scheduled a meeting with the Commissioner General, Kenya Revenue Authority, on Thursday, which is now today. It was supposed to be today, 2023, to consider the petition. County visits. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period on February 24th and Saturday 25th November 2023, the committee undertook the inspections visit to Busia and Bungoma counties as follows. Busia and Malaba, one stop border posts to access the state of cross-border trade between Kenya and Uganda, and further inspect the state of the border posts. Visit and engagements at the new Nawesa Industrial Park in Busia County to inspect the implementation status of the county aggregated industrial park. Visit to Kakapel Cultural Center in North Steso in Busia County to assess the visibility of the cultural shrine of the promotions of tourism and cultural heritage. Meeting with the members of the Metropolitan Teacher Circle in Bungoma as a follow-up in the statement that was requested by Senator David Wakoli, MP, on the status of Metropolitan National Circle in Bungoma County. The committee is following up on the submission of the memorandum review in the stakeholders, and the committee also undertook the inspections visit of KNTC warehouses on Thursday and 30th November 2023, following a statement regarding the productions and importations of cooking oil in Kenya. Statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee considered a total of 31 statements per the schedule attached in the annex herein, which has 10 statements has been concluded. And international travels undertaken by the committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period, the review, under review, the committee undertook one international travel following invitation by the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce and Industry to participate in the trade mission under to United Arab Emirates on 5th to 11th November 2023 in Dubai as a build-up towards COP28. Priorities, activities for the next quarter. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee will prioritize the following business in the next quarter. The committee to undertake a report writing on the following petition, the petition on the fraudulent shareholding activities and illegal acquisitions of East African Breweries Limited, EABL, the Street Vendors Protections and Livelihood Statement, Bill number 41 of 2023. The committee to undertake an inspections visit to Embu County to engage in the affected Muguka transporters and further hold a workshops in CCMs responsible for trade and county of Mombasa, Nairobi, Garissa, and Embu to review the matter on his access levies charged in Muguka cargo transporters. The following stakeholders engagement with teachers affected by Metropolitan National SACCO, the committee will schedule to engage with the State Department for Cooperatives, the SACCO Society Regulatory Authority, SASRA, the Teacher Service Commission on the refund on the shares and deposits and withdrawal of teachers for the said SACCO in Bungoma County. The committee is scheduled to meet with the management of Kenya Airways Airport Authority on the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority on the statement requested by Senator Samson Cherargei, Mr. MP, regarding the status of our operations and financial status of the Kenya Airways. The committee to undertake a county visit on access, the implementation and status of the special economic zones and the county integrated industrial parks in the 47 counties. And finally, the committee to undertake a committee initiated inquiries in the activities of Kenya National Trading Corporations in the importations and of essential commodities, edible oil, rice, sugar, and fertilizer during the year of 2023. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and your office and the secretariats and the members of the committee for enabling us and support the support for the committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Chair. Next is the chairperson, standing committee. Oh, kindly table the report, Chair Trade. Chairs, remember to table the reports.
Thank you.
National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, statement relating to the activities of the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations for the period between 1st of July and 30th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, I arise pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations for the period commencing 1st of July to 30th November 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 27 sittings, considered 7 legislative proposals, 25 statements, 4 petitions, and 1 resolution from Account Assembly. Further, the committee jointly with the National Assembly's Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security considered a request for approval of deployment of officers of the National Police Service, officers to the Multinational Security Support, MSS, mission for Haiti. The committee also held 2 visits and hosted 1 foreign delegation. Mr. Speaker, in respect of the legislative proposals, the committee considered the Fire and Rescue Services Professional Bill 2023, sponsored by Senator Sheikh Mohammed Abbas, MP. The bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to establish a regulatory and institutional framework for the fire and rescue services professionals to provide for the registration, licensing, and training of the fire and rescue services professionals. This is aimed at providing uniform standards for the regulation of fire and rescue services professionals across all counties and to set professional standards for all fire and rescue services professionals. The committee recommended that the bill proceed for publication. Mr. Speaker, the committee is also sponsoring the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023, which seeks to remedy the misinterpretation of functions between the National Service Police Commission and the Inspector General of the National Police Service. The committee is yet to interact with the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior and National Administration, and the Inspector General of Police to receive their views on the bill prior to its publication. The consideration of the Disaster Risk Management Bill 2023, also sponsored by the committee, is ongoing. The committee shall proceed to publish the bill upon completion. In respect of bills, the committee considered the Public Holidays Amendment Bill 2023, sponsored by Senator Karungu Thangwa, MP. The committee conducted public participation on the bill and received one submission from the public. The committee tabled its report on the bill on 22nd of November 2023 and recommended that the bill does not proceed to the next stage in the legislative process. Mr. Speaker, with respect to statements before the committee, a total of 25 statements were sought from the committee during the period under review as annexed to this statement. The committee has received a total of 10 responses of the statements sought, which was shared with the respective senators, and awaits responses from 15 statements from the relevant ministries. Mr. Speaker, with respect to petitions, the committee completed its consideration of the petition concerning the recognition and remuneration of the village elders under the Nyumba Kumi initiative and tabled a report on the same on 31st of October 2023. The committee is currently considering the following petitions. Petition concerning the rampant theft of livestock in Kajiado, Kajiado East and Kajiado West sub-counties and in Kajiado County at large. Petition also on the state of insecurity in Turkana County. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, petition concerning persistent insecurity, cat rustling, loss of lives and property in Loroki and Malaso division of Samburu County. The committee, Mr. Speaker, has met with the petitioners and is meeting with the various stakeholders, including the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior and National Administration, and the Inspector General of Police, so as to conclude on these petitions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is considering a resolution of the County Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet on measures to curb banditry in Kerio Valley. The committee visited Elgeyo Marakwet County on Friday, 10th of November 2023, and met with the governor and the County Assembly. The committee is scheduled to meet with the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior, National Administration, and the IG so as to finalize its reports on the resolution. Following a request from the Director of Criminal Investigations, the committee visited the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, DCI, Academy in South Sea, Nairobi, on 23rd November 2023 to assess the current status of the facility with a view to making recommendations for the better use of the facility. The committee awaits the submission of supplementary information from the DCI for completion of its report. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee jointly with the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security considered a request for the approval of the deployment of officers of the National Police Service to the Multinational Security Support MSS mission for Haiti. The committees concluded public participation on the request and met with the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior, and the Inspector General of Police. The committee tabled its report on both houses of Parliament on Wednesday, 15th November 2023, and recommended the approval of the deployment of the officers of the National Police Service to the Multinational Security Support Mission for Haiti. The National Assembly and the Senate both approved the deployment on Thursday, 16th of November 2023. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with the Japanese ambassador to Kenya on Wednesday, 29th November 2023. The committee explored areas of mutual cooperation and sought to strengthen relations between the two countries. A working engagement to foster and strengthen bilateral relations, including the incorporation of senators to a Kenya-Japan parliamentary group and engagement with the counterpart committee of the Japan House of the Councillors is underway. Mr. Speaker, going forward, the committee intends to, 1, meet the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Interior, National Administration, and the Inspector General to conclude the legislative business pending before the committee. Visit Kajiado County to receive submissions on the petition before the committee. And finally, complete its consideration of committee-sponsored bills for publication. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Security. Next is the Chairperson, Loans, Transportation and Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56-1, B, to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing for the period commencing 1st July 2023 to 6th December 2023. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing is established under Standing Order 228-3 of the Senate Standing Orders and is mandated to consider all matters relating to transport, roads, public works, housing, construction, and maintenance of roads, rails, and buildings, seaports, and communication. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under consideration, the committee conducted the following business. A, committee meetings. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee held 21 sittings. Bills. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee considered the Public Transport Motorcycle Regulation Bill 2023 that is sponsored by Senator Dr. Boni Kalwale, MP, and was read the first time in the Senate on Tuesday, 17th October 2023, and thereafter committed to the committee for consideration. The committee, Mr. Speaker, received memoranda on the bill from 5 stakeholders, which it is currently reviewing. C, legislative proposal. The legislative proposal on the Street Naming and Property Addressing System Bill 2023 that is sponsored by Senator Fatuma Dulo, CBS MP, was referred to the committee for scrutiny on 27th November 2023. The committee is scheduled to consider it on Thursday, which was supposed to happen today, Mr. Speaker, 7th December 2023, but owing to the fact that we are here seated today, we carry it forward to the next meeting. Petitions. Mr. Speaker, sir, 3 petitions have so far been referred to the committee as follows. Petition concerning public transport in Lake Victoria between Fangano Island in Suba Central, Sub-County, and Mbita, Homa Bay County. The petition concerning public transport in Lake Victoria between Fangano Island in Suba Central Sub-County and Mbita, Homa Bay County, was presented to the Senate on 18th October 2022 by Senator Moses Kajwang, MP, and committed to the committee. The committee met with the petitioners, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Roads and Transport, and Kenya Ports Authority. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the ferry is under construction and the ministry has given part of the money for that work. The only thing remaining for the committee, Mr. Speaker, is to visit the Mfangano Island and thereafter draft the report for submission in this House. Petition concerning eviction and demolition of Buxton Estate, Mvita constituency. Mr. Speaker, this petition was presented on 1st March 2023. The committee considered the petition and invited several stakeholders and tabled its report on the petition on 2nd November 2023, meaning this matter was concluded, Mr. Speaker. Number 3, petition concerning title deeds for properties bought at Jamii Bora Estate, Kisaju, Kajiado County. Mr. Speaker, this petition was committed to the committee on 14th March 2023. The petitioners bought houses and shops on an off-plan housing scheme from Jamii Bora Charitable Trust, but have never been issued with title deeds to house built in Jamii Bora Estate since the year 2008 to date. The petitioners, therefore, sought the intervention of the Senate to have them issued with the title deeds for their properties. The committee met and received submissions from the petitioners, Kajiado County Government, Business Registration Services, State Department for Lands and Physical Planning, and Kingdom Bank. Mr. Speaker, we are yet to conclude on that issue, but we are almost. The 4th petition, Mr. Speaker, petition concerning construction of a pedestrian bridge at Chiromo. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered the petition and tabled its report on the petition on 31st October 2023, meaning that matter has been concluded. Statements. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the period under review, 51 statements were referred to the committee for consideration, out of which 4 statements were considered and concluded. In addition, during the period, 11 statements were considered but not concluded because the committee sought supplementary information. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee further sought responses of the 36 statements from the government agencies. Some of the responses have been received but not considered, and other responses are yet to be received. Inquiries. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee is undertaking an inquiry into the urban regeneration and renewal program of the county government of Nairobi, which intends to demolish 13 estates, majority of which are in Eastlands area, Nairobi County, and redevelop the estates under the affordable housing program. The committee is concerned with the manner in which the county government of Nairobi is undertaking the program without carrying out meaningful participation by the residents of the targeted estates and the issuance of threats to the officials of the estates, residents associations who have raised issues with the manner in which the program was being carried out. It is more concerning that despite numerous invitations of the governor of Nairobi County to apprise the committee on the program, he has consistently failed to honor the invitations, giving insufficient reason for his non-appearance. The committee will continue to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Again, Mr. Speaker, we were to meet today, but owing to the fact that we are here, we have deferred that meeting to the next sitting. Messages. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee received a message for consideration jointly with the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. The message was from the County Assembly of Nyandarua regarding a resolution by the County Assembly to petition the Senate to consult with and initiate approval of the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA, the Kenya National Highways Authority, KENHA, the Kenya Forest Service, KFS, and the Kenya Wildlife Service, KWS, on the Ihide Abadea Forest, Kahuroko Donyonjeru Road construction and Tamaking project. The Joint Committee awaits the outcome of the report on comments on the environmental impact assessment and environmental social impact assessment study in the proposed construction of the road. Madam Speaker, sir, Madam Speaker, stakeholders engagement. The committee attention was drawn to the high number of road accidents that claimed over 4,500 deaths in the year 2022. As a result, the committee engaged stakeholders, both from the public and the private sector, that are in road safety in an effort to forge a common plan of action that will help reduce the high number of road fatalities. The engagement with more stakeholders will continue in the next reporting period. Finally, Madam Speaker, parliamentary diplomacy. Madam Speaker, sir, the committee held engagement talks with the Ambassador of Japan, His Excellency Okaniwa Ken, on a number of infrastructural development projects that the government of Japan is financing through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA. The committee also inspected a Japan-funded community road empowerment core project, which has improved a 26-kilometer rural access road in Meru County using a technology called DoNo. Such low-cost and labor-intensive road projects provide opportunities for county governments to effectively maintain the over 120,000 kilometers of county government roads. Challenges. Madam Speaker, the non-appearance of witnesses when invited delay the operation of the committee in consideration of other business. The committee has had to issue summons for appearance of some governors. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank you, the Speaker, the Secretariat, my fellow senator, for making it possible for the committee to execute its mandate. Yours, Senator Karungo Wathangwa, Chairman, Roads, Transportation, and Housing. Thank you.
The chairperson, Select Committee on County Public Accounts Committee. Senator Cherarke.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is statement relating to the activities of the Senate County Public Accounts Committee, pursuant to Standing Order 56-1B. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, I don't, Madam Speaker, during our deliberation, we noticed that there is a challenges of filling in the internal audit committees in counties, where they play a crucial role in effective of governance and risk management, such as internal control, risk management. Madam Speaker, this, however, the challenge of attracting qualified individuals to serve in internal audit committees persist, mainly due to the often lower salaries offered as prescribed by SRC. To address this issue, SRC may need to reconsider their compensation with structures and offer competitive remuneration to ensure our internal committees, Madam Speaker, are able to function. Madam Speaker, during the interrogation of the various county entities during this period, the committee noted that most entities failed to disclose their contingent liabilities in the financial statements. County governments do not need to recognize a contingent liability, but it should disclose details of any contingencies, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the committee also observed that most of the county entities have incurred huge legal fees, and they include the county executive of Uasin Gishu, Machakos, Nairobi City County, and the Machakos County Assembly, running into billions contracted lawyers and their firms as legal fees. The committee has observed that some of the county entities are deliberately not utilizing the office of the county attorney, which was instrumental in passing in the last session, and that is why they like outsourcing legal services. Additionally, the committee observed that counties have failed to explore alternative dispute resolution to try and resolve and to save billions. Madam Speaker, the committee continues, and it is a concern in the high interest in the unhealthy size and growth of wage bills in many of the counties. In the last quarter of the committee wrote to 7 counties to explain the measures they have taken
to reduce the wage bill to recommended 35%. Threshold and plans to write and invite more county executives during the third session to deliberate on the issue in a bid to ensure fiscal prudence. Madam Speaker, the issue of wage bill in counties, almost all of them are violated. Madam Speaker, the committee undertook a county visit through Senate Mashinani, for example, in Turkana, and it is notable, to county headquarters, governors, official residents, Lord of Fire Station, speakers, residents, and the new Turkana County Assembly Chamber. Madam Speaker, the committee observed the county head governors and other residents that we visited had either stalled or taken too long to complete. Full payments on projects and contractors were not on site. The committee directed the EACC to take interest on the projects, especially in Turkana County. Further, the controller of budget to also question and scrutinize requisition relating to the highlighted projects in Turkana County. Madam Speaker, adopted report of the finance and budget on the county government's infrastructure projects, comprising county executive headquarters, offices, assembly chambers and offices, and county state offices, residents that cap the costs of constructing the governor's residences at 45 million, and speaker's residence at a cost of 35 million. However, the committee observed that most of the counties had already awarded contracts that had gone beyond this sum. We have therefore directed the controller of budget to stop release of funds meant for reconstruction, because the governor's residence should quote a maximum of 45 million and speaker's residence at 35 million. Madam Speaker, there's 9 points. The committee observed there was rampant voiding of payments by county governments. The approved cash plans by controller of budget are not adhered to, contrary to Section 22 of the COB Act 2016. The committee recommends the COB to institute mechanisms to enforce compliance of approved cash plans by counties. Further, the committee recommends that the Senate Delegated Legislation Committee fast tracks the consideration and adoption of controller of budget regulations for better carrying out and giving effect to any provision of the Act. Madam Speaker, the committee has met and interrogated many county assemblies. However, most of the county assemblies are still grappling with poor asset management. Majority of county assemblies do not possess titles to the land on which assemblies sit. The committee has since been informed that it has been established by Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, IBEC, to validate assets and liabilities inherited from defunct and local authorities, and expected to report back between January and March 2024. And when the report is ready, we shall bring it. Madam Speaker, point number 11, the Senate, through the county allocation revenue, has over years increased budgetary ceilings to county assemblies, way above the recommended 7% threshold under the PMF Act 2012. In some cases, assemblies have received as much as 16% of the county revenue, for example, Kirinyaga, while on the other hand, assemblies still receive less than 7%, for example, Mombasa. Madam Speaker, the committee also fast tracking of legislative and administrative measures, county assembly financial autonomy, and I know that amendment has been read, the first reading, so that we can give most of the county assemblies financial autonomy in their work. Madam Speaker, point number 12, and it's of concern of the country, is pending bills continue to be a big problems. Madam Speaker, first quarter of the third session, the committee shall convene a meeting with Auditor of General Office, Controller of Budget, Council of Governors, National Treasury, and EACC to define actionable measures to ensure integrity and completeness of accounts payable across the counties, which continue and pending bills continue to affect most of the counties. Madam Speaker, point number 13, during the interrogation of OAG reports, we noticed non-remittance of pension deductions to the relevant pension schemes. And therefore, the total outstanding pension liabilities accrued as submitted by the COB indicates a total of whopping 85 billion as at 31st March that has not been remitted to the relevant pension schemes. Point number 14, Madam Speaker, on human resource issues affecting 47 counties, the committee observed that the secretary to the County Public Service Board by qualification must be a certified secretary and not certified human resource practitioner. The committee observed there is a lacuna in law. The committee noted where there are strict requirements in management of financial resources in the counties, there is a leisurely approach in managing human resource. It was observed that the qualification requirement for those responsible for managing human resources were not strangely spelled out compared to those manage all financial resources. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we shall bring an amendment to that. Finally, in conclusion, I wish to thank the members of the committee, the members of the committee and the dedicated secretariat and your office, Madam Speaker, for the support and dedicated who usually sit for long hours. Madam Speaker, this is one of the committees you can sit the whole day, running with numbers, grappling with numbers, and therefore we are working hard to reduce the backlog of audit reports. The committee will use various strategies, including subcommittees in county assemblies, merger of financial years, to shift to a more proactive mandate and to ensure the Senate in concurrent its intervention. And I want to call upon members of this House to be always, when the reports of various counties are brought for adoption, to look at it and debate and give suggestions to how we can improve the work of County Public Accounts Committee. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, allow me to table the report of this committee. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Do we have any representative for the chairperson, Select Committee on Public Investments and Special Funds Committee? That statement is deferred. Any person for the chairperson, Select Committee on Delegated Legislation? That statement is deferred. We now move on to two statements by the Senator for Lamu, Senator Kamau. Senator Sige?
Thank you, Speaker. Just wanted to clarify, Speaker, if we will be able to have a chance to comment on the statements read, the reports made by the chairs of the different committees.
Because of time, it may not be possible. So I don't think we will have that time.
Chair, thank you. Speaker, thank you for that. Though there is a real burning issue that I have on the report by JLAC committee, and I wish to table it, Chair, as this is the last session for the year.
I've already ruled, Senator Hasige. Thank you.
No, but we've not been given time to speak on the reports. We've been waiting.
Senator Lamu, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing concerning maintenance of the Lamu-Gariseni Road. In the statement, the committee should identify the contractor responsible for the maintenance of Lamu-Gariseni Highway and outline the specific tasks encompassed within the scope of work for the works assigned to the contractor. Number two, clarify if the contractor is obligated by the terms of the contract to perform bush clearing along both sides of the road, and if so, to what extent. And number three, assess whether the Ministry of Roads and Transport has established mechanisms to guarantee and to maintain activities aligned within the stipulated standards. Madam Speaker, while on my feet, I have another statement. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and National Resources regarding the resettlement of residents occupying land intended for the establishment of a power generation plant in Lamu County. In the statement, the committee should, one, indicate whether the government has issued the title deed for the 3,400 acres of land in Bahar Ward, Mpeketoni to Kenwind Kenya Limited for the establishment of power generation plant in Lamu County. Number two, explain the fate of the residents occupying the land, considering that the county had subdivided it and intended to issue title deeds to approximately 2,000 families who have resided there for an extended period of time. Number three, clarify whether the resettlement plan was executed in accordance with the law, outlining steps taken to guarantee the affected individuals proper resettlements and compensation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chairperson, Select Committee on Public Investments and Special Funds, quickly make your statement in about 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the activities of the CPIC Committee, pursuant to Standing Order number 56-1B, and I will be very quick, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, during this period, 1st July 2023 to 8th December 2023, we have held a record of 66 meetings, either within the presence of Parliament or outside. And in these meetings, we handled 3 categories of issues. The first issue was consideration of the audit report, the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of water companies in all the 47 counties, where, Madam Speaker, we handled about 80 water service providers in counties that appeared before us. Madam Speaker, some of these reports have been tabled here in this House. We have so far tabled the report in relation to Vihiga County, Bomet County, Kisii and Nyamira counties, Kisumu County, Kwale County, Nyeri County, and Wajir County. And this is part of the order paper that we have for today, motion on the reports for those counties. Madam Speaker, we are working very swiftly to handle the remaining accounts, reports for tabling in the first quarter of next year, 2024. Madam Speaker, the third thing that we have handled as a committee was an inquiry into the matter of non-remittance of pension deduction by counties, where the counties owe pension funds in excess of 80 billion shillings as a result of non-remittance of pension funds. And in this case, we have managed to have an engagement with the National Treasury, with the Kenya Revenue Authority, Control of Budget, NSSF, Retirement Benefit Authority, and the 2 pension fund. That is a LAB fund, CPF LAB Trust. We also had a very big stakeholder engagement, which served as a public participation session in Mombasa. And Madam Speaker, the report is ready for tabling this afternoon. And this report is going to be one of the most important reports that this Senate has ever produced, and giving direction on how to handle this problem of non-remittance of over 80 billion shillings by counties. Madam Speaker, the third thing, in the process of examining the audit report for water companies, we noted there were various cross-cutting issues affecting the water sector, and such as assets and liability transfers, the role of the Regional Water Works Development Agency in water provision, and the huge loans that have been undertaken by the national government through these regional water works. Madam Speaker, as a result, we agreed to conduct an inquiry into these issues, and we invited all the players in the water sector, including the regional water works agencies, Ministry of Water, WASREB, WASPA, and others. And Madam Speaker, we are only remaining with engaging the Council of Governors, the Water Committee of the Council of Governors, for us to complete the report, which we will table in this House. Madam Speaker, in that regard, I have seen on the order paper that we have a bill on the water bill. I would request with the indulgence of this House, that report that I'm talking about is going to be very informative in driving the debate on the water bill, which I found to be unconstitutional, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, we have also tabled those reports. Madam Speaker, the committee has now embarked on consideration of the audit report for special funds. And we have over 200 special funds in counties. We have so far handled 7 counties so far. We are going to look into special funds in all the 47 counties. And we are noting serious issues in the management of special funds in counties. And these are possible avenues for corruption in the counties. Madam Speaker, the issue funds like bursary funds, these are funds which are having challenges, car loan and mortgage scheme fund, the social protection funds, emergency fund, and many other funds like the youth and the women enterprise fund, which are having challenges. Madam Speaker, so far, we have had engagements with Bomet County, Kakamega County,
Senator
Taveta.
Sotsi, we agree.
Yeah, I'm finalizing, Madam Speaker. Taita Taveta, Trans Nzoia, Kwale, Migori, Nandi. And some of the issues emerging, as I finalize, Madam Speaker, is the failure by the fund managers of this fund to submit copies of their quarterly financial report, the control of budget as required by the law. Counties not submitting financial statements of the funds to the Office of the Auditor General. Counties not limited on the number of funds that they can set up. Some counties have over 10 funds. Counties establishing funds but not providing resources. These are some of the challenges that are there that we'll be able to define in our report. Madam Speaker, the committee is expected to have in the new year a stakeholders engagement with the water sector players in the first week of February 2024 to finalize the report which we will table in this House. And my expectation, Madam Speaker, is that this report is really going to give this House the direction on how to engage on matter of water, which, as you know, is largely devolved. Madam Speaker, I submit and I table the report for the County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee. I thank my members for the support. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I table.
Next order. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sir. Madam Speaker, sorry. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1 to hereby present to the Senate the status of the business before the House. I'll try and really be brief because I can see time is far much spent.
Order, Senator Chirarke, can you consult with the
Yes, thank you.
Senior Counsel in Lawtons, please?
Madam, I was saying I'll try and be brief in my statement because I can see time is far much spent and we still have to do an adjournment motion, Madam Speaker, that will be moving in the next few minutes. Madam Speaker, as you're aware, today, Thursday, the 7th of December, is our last sitting of this session with the Senate calendar for the second session. Honorable Senators will also note that at yesterday's sitting, the Senate passed a resolution to alter the hours of sitting to hold today, sitting at 9:30 to 1, which in effect suspended the afternoon sitting. As such, therefore, there will be no afternoon sitting today, and the House will proceed on recess today from 1 p.m. Madam Speaker, the beginning of the second session in February 2023 was a fairly tumultuous with divided Senate along party lines following the very hotly contested general election. It was impossible to transact legislative business. Today, as I stand here, Madam Speaker, I'm extremely happy that as the session wore on, the two sides of the political divide have closed ranks and we have begun to appreciate each other for the common good of our country. This has resulted in the passing of very crucial legislative business. With respect to bills, the House of the Senate has a total of 59 bills have so far been published, out of which 5 have been enacted into law. 8 have been concluded and have been referred to the National Assembly for consideration. 31 bills are pending conclusion at various stages in the Senate. 6 bills are undergoing concurrence pursuant to Article 110 of the Constitution. 5 bills have been denied concurrence. 2 bills were negative at the second reading stage. 2 bills were withdrawn by the respective movers. Madam Speaker, in terms of petition, the House has so far received 44, 22 of which have been concluded and the reports have been tabled, and 22 are pending conclusion by the respective standing committees. That's particularly impressive. But as Speaker, I want to single out, like we did last week, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights Affairs, which has concluded 8 petitions and brought them before the House. I commend them. The chair has just left the floor a few minutes ago. With regards to motion, 89 motions have been filed, out of which 6 are pending conclusion. Honorable senators will note that all pending motions, unfortunately, will lapse at the rouse of the House this afternoon. The procedure of questions continue to be used by many senators to seek issues that affect the people that they represent. There are a total of 90 questions that have been filed. Out of these, 51 have been responded to by the cabinet secretaries. This is now with specific reference to questions to cabinet secretaries. Out of the 90 that have been filed, 51 have been responded to. 3 have been withdrawn and 36 are pending. I am particularly impressed by the decision of by the minority side, Madam Speaker, to join us eventually in this very important exercise. It took a while from our colleagues from the minority side to appreciate this important avenue that we use to table questions and ask cabinet secretaries to respond before us and follow the same with supplementary questions. I'm impressed and looking forward to this coming Wednesday's next session, Madam Speaker, where we'll have the full house actually, unlike the scenes that have been here the past few months. I also must celebrate, Madam Speaker, the Senate Mashinani program that we held from the 25th to the 29th in Lodo, Turkana County. When, Madam Speaker, we made a decision at the SPC to take this program to the far-flung corners of the county, I could not have been more impressed than what I saw in Turkana, where senators sat for the full length of that particular period and interacted with residents. Of course, we got to get feedback. I saw people complain that we didn't get to interact with them as much as possible. But over and above, many of the residents of Turkana appreciate there are things that we are able to answer to them. As we move towards the next phase of the program and next year deciding, it is my proposition to the House that we still stick with proposals of taking this program to the so-called forgotten corners of this country. Aside from the legislative agenda, the Senate participated in the Devolution Stakeholders Forum and the Devolution Conference was in Gishu as well. The lessons learned from these 2 events continue to shape the discourse on how the Senate undertakes its mandate. The Devolution Conference was particularly instrumental in highlighting crucial areas of legislation, including on-source revenue for county governments to support devolved functions, housing, planning, and urban development, investment in counties, strengthening food systems, and empowerment of youth continue to be programs that were highly discussed. The Senate also, while with regards to Turkana, Madam Speaker, the Senate sought to promote the role of the work of Senate in general, highlight the existing new opportunities, and engage in legislative process, develop and strengthen partnerships at the county level. The Senate and its committees were able to interact with the people. Madam Speaker, as we come to the conclusion of the second session, I would like to express my gratitude, by extension that of the Senate leadership, to all the honorable senators of this House for their unwavering dedication and commitment to serve the people of Kenya. The past months have been filled with robust debates, diligent committee work, and passage of crucial legislative business that will shape our next agenda. Madam Speaker, it goes without saying, and I've said this to colleagues even in our informal sessions at the Senators' Lounge, that I don't recall a particular long recess that we concluded without reconvening for one reason or the other. So I want to request senators, including my friend Eddie, that even as you enjoy yourself during the recess, keep your phone open and keep checking your messages. Duty may call any given time. In fact, county assemblies have a knack of recalling this House just days to Christmas with business that is brought here. Last year was one such case. It is my hope that no governor falls into trouble with MCAs and warrant the recall of this house so that at least we can rest. Senators have worked extremely hard the last few months, and that's something that we must appreciate. But you will recall, and you do know, members, that there is very important business that we were not able to conclude, including equalization fund, which we have not been able to conclude on as we go on recess today. We have not also been able to conclude on the county government additional allocation. I know we have formed a mediation committee, but they are yet to meet because the National Assembly have specific issues that they have raised with the Council of Governors, which they first want to be addressed before the mediation exercise can commence. Therefore, it goes without saying, Madam Speaker, that I know for a fact that we shall reconvene somewhere along this long recess period, Madam Speaker, because if not for anything, just to consider those bills so that we can do what we need to do so that we can have funds go to our counties. Lastly, of course, is interventions that we need to make on the state of the economy. And you understand the challenges that we are facing, Madam Speaker. I would have said many things about the situation as it is. I think I had alluded to some of the comments that I mentioned earlier, particularly on the issue of privatization. Madam Speaker, it goes that we've had handled our economy, despite finding it in a very difficult situation, better than at least all the other four that have served a full term. It still remains to be a matter of debate what will happen, because the current president has only served 1 year. So we will judge him after he has concluded his term, Madam Speaker. This privatization exercise that many people are raising concern about, many of them are not genuine about it. You will know that this is actually a brainchild of President Mwai Kibaki. If you agree with his school of thought and how we need to manage our economy, you cannot hail Mwai Kibaki and not hail the privatization exercise. I know people have concerns about how the exercise is to be conducted. That's why I'm calling upon leaders to now take the opportunity that has been provided by the National Treasury to give their views on the privatization exercise. Instead of when Wananchi are out there saying, oh, don't sell KICC, then you are also here saying, don't sell KICC. Yet nobody has said KICC is up for sale. When you speak about concession, concession is a practice, Madam Speaker. First of all,
Majority, would you kindly just conclude on your statement and then engage that on the adjournment?
Okay,
on the
okay,
adjournment
because in the interest of time. Madam
Yes,
Speaker, I appreciate. I want to wish honorable senators a happy Jamhuri Day, a Merry Christmas, and a prosperous 2024. I thank you all, colleague senators, for your participation in the House. Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 8, the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Service Values and Principles Act and to provide for connected purposes. Order number 9, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 59 of 2022, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the National Construction Authority Act and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 2 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Statutory Instruments Act.
Honorable members, will now move to order number 32.
Order number 32, motion, adjournment of the Senate.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, that's a motion actually. Madam Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 31.3 that the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, the 13th of February, 2024. Madam Speaker, you'd appreciate that this is our last sitting. I have mentioned earlier in my statement that we actually moved a motion yesterday to amend the calendar and agreed that our colleagues from the sporting department need to prepare, because many of them are leaving this afternoon for Kigali. Some have actually left, and therefore it will be important that we transact. It's unfortunate we were not able to conclude on the business we intended to, but be that as it may, I have already mentioned that we will come back. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I know many colleagues want to say one or two things about this before we adjourn. Therefore, I want to request Senator Kinyua to second the motion.
Who is seconding? Okay.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Spika, nachukua fursa hii kuunga mkono mswada huu wa kuahirisha kikao. Bwana Spika, mwaka huu kwa sababu seneti imekuwa na mambo mengi ambayo imetekeleza, Bwana Spika, ikumbuke kwamba seneti hii walienda mpaka Turkana mashinani, Bwana Spika, wamefanya vikao mahali kwingi, Bwana Spika, na vile vile, Bwana Spika, tulienda mpaka kaunti ya Uasin Gishu tukiendelea na majukumu ambayo tumepewa kufanya, Bwana Spika. Na Bi Spika, seneti hii kwa sababu wamekuwa na yale majukumu mengi, Bwana Spika, ni vizuri waweze kwenda katika sehemu zao ambazo wanawakilisha kwenda kupumzika, Bwana Spika, alafu warejelee Bi Spika, warejelee masuala haya yao mwaka ujao kwa kasi zaidi, Bwana Spika. Bi Spika, ikumbuke wazi ya kwamba mwaka huu ndio nchi hii ilipata kiangazi, Bwana Spika. Vile vile mwaka huu, Bi Spika, nchi hii kulikuwa na maandamano, Bwana Bi Spika. Bi Spika, ikumbuke mwaka huu tena ndio tumepata mafuriko, Bi Spika. Kwa hivyo yote tisa kumi, Bi Spika, ni ya kwamba ni vizuri angalau seneti hii ichukue likizo waweze kuangalia hayo mambo yote kwa kindani, Bwana Spika, na mwaka ujao tunapokuja tuweze kuangazia sheria ambazo tayari zinaletwa katika bunge hii, na kushukuru maseneta ambao wamechangia. Bi Spika, kwa sababu kuna ndugu zangu wanataka kuchangia na kuongea mengi, sitaki kuongea zaidi ya hapo, lakini niwatakie Wakenya Krismasi yenye mafanikio na vile vile mwaka mpya ambao watapata mambo mengi ambayo yataweza kuleta nchi hii yetu mbele, Bwana Spika. Nashukuru.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that pursuant to Standing Order 31.3, the Senate do adjourn until Tuesday, 13th February 2024. Senator Methu?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on Standing Order 111 on limitation of debate. Honorable Speaker, it's only 20 minutes to 1 o'clock, and I know a few colleagues would want to say something on this particular motion. So I would want to propose that we limit debate to 3 minutes. I ask Senator Edith second.
Madam Speaker, I think that it is only fair that all members get time to share on this. Therefore, the proposal by Senator Matthew is in order, and I do second.
It is so agreed. Senator Uruba?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank my party, United Democratic Alliance, for nominating me to come and sit in this house. It's been a wonderful 1 year.